Cloudy. What the fuck is that about? Let's clean the lens. Is that better? That's a little bit better. What was that about? Okay, folks. Let's give it a few seconds for people to arrive. I also need to get my doggy some water. I don't think I've got any here, which is an interesting turn of events. One moment, please, as a certain big fellow would say. I've got to find some water for my doggy. You there, babe? Here we go, there's a bottle of water here. I found you some. Hey, here we go. Here we go. Been a long day, yeah? Oh! Alright, folks. I don't know if you can hear her in the background drinking. She's a little bit thirsty, I would imagine. I've slept most of today. On and off. Probably kind of all day, sort of. I've just been in bed. I was going to go live at 10, but I couldn't find my glasses. I'd been laying on bed and they'd fallen off backwards. I'd not noticed. I'd put a t-shirt on. I went to the shop. I came back. I reached for my glasses and they weren't on my head where they should be. 24 hours a day. They're either on my nose or on my head. And they were on neither. And I was lost. What's really disappointing is two things. I should have a pack with multiple pairs of glasses that Josie got me last year, I think it was. And I bought a triple pack. I bought 3 pairs from Temu beginning of this year some point. Can't find either. I don't know. I've obviously put them somewhere safe for an emergency. And when I lost them, I didn't know where somewhere safe was. I went into my go bin thinking they'd be obviously just there on top, and they weren't. I looked in my utility drawers. You know, you've always got that drawer that usually ends up with like padlocks with no keys and keys with no padlocks and old phone chargers, and I went into that drawer, you know, the one, the man drawer, and no, nothing. I'm gonna have to have a look at, I was trying to do this looking around in the dark, looking for my glasses, and I'm gonna have to go back tomorrow in daylight and relocate these items, or locate these items. Tina, quiet down, darling. I think I need to give her more water. I think she's finished. That's not the bottle I just brought over. Hey babe, more water for Tina. If you need more water, I'll give you more water. Sorry folks, I know with headphones you probably don't like the sound of that. I've been crushing a plastic water bottle. Alright, anybody saying hello? Another live, says Jasper. Well, this is the schedule, you know, Sunday should be a live. Fridays and Sundays are the ones, whilst TrampCast Hangouts have always been labelled as random, we fell into certain patterns. Friday and Sunday quickly established themselves as kind of regular features. This week we also had Tuesday and Thursday, I believe. We did Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and now Sunday. You can't get rid of me, folks. You can't keep a good man down. I did just finish watching, I was on another stream. I was watching UK Urban Prepper, a bloke called Mike. And highly recommended, folks. Go over, go check out UK, oh, it's all one word, UK Urban Prepper. Tell him that Delta Mike sent you. Tell Mike that Delta Mike sent you. Yeah, I was watching that. They were talking about the possibilities of total economic collapse. Now, whether that would be a UK phenomenon or a world phenomenon, was part of the discussion, I guess. And the odds, what are the chances of a serious economic collapse in the next 12 months? They wandered around between 10 and 20%. Different people, different ideas. I think it's really unlikely a total economic collapse, but a serious recession is a definite possibility. And then it's questions of how you get by. Do you have goods that you can trade? Do you have precious metals set aside? Which, to me, that always seems like a bit like wankery. You need a loaf of bread, and you've got some gold sovereigns. What are you? Or some gold bullion, or some. What, how do you buy bread with that? No. Skills. Smaller items. If you've got some little bottles of brandy or whiskey or something set aside, maybe that would be good for bartering and trading. But skills mainly. Can you make bread? Can you turn flour into bread? Do you have the flour? Can you be the one making the bread in the first place? Yeast, flour, yeast. Can you keep a yeast colony alive? Start one, take a pop bottle, put some water and some flour in and a little bit of yeast. Can you keep that yeast alive enough that you can make bread when you want to, but still have half a pop bottle full of an active, alive yeast culture, live yeast colony? That's, that would be something that people would be interested in. But, so it was a discussion along those lines. Very enjoyable. I was only able to watch it because I wasn't able to come live myself at 10. I couldn't find my glasses. I can't see. I couldn't read chat without my glasses. With that in mind, I'm still on top chat. Let me go live chat and scroll back and see. So we've got Jasper saying another live. We've got UK Richie. Hi Mike, can't stay for long tonight, but wanted to say hi. Hello UK Richie. I've removed last night's post. I thought it was a fantastic chat overall. We didn't make the 4-hour mark because we started so late after Scruff Dog. But it was brought to my attention that I had named the guy who donated and then asked for his money back. And it wasn't really my intention to dox him. It's just I had no idea who he was when he posted. So I've removed last night's post. Even though I thought it was a really good show overall, I don't want to be even accidentally doxing someone. Jack Attack pointed out that I'd read out his actual name a few times. My apologies to the individual concerned. He is blocked. He won't be able to communicate with me. But it wasn't my intention to disseminate real names. I just got this weird message saying, hey, you've blocked me but have money, and I was like, I've no idea who the fuck you are. Yeah, maybe I mishandled it. The actual banning and whatever I stand by. I just don't want grief. The refunding him, all of that. Tramp in a field, but I just don't want grief. You send me money. But if there's beef between us, no. Don't do that. Don't be sending me money whether it's by way of apology, whether it's an attempt at shaming, whether it's an attempt at making up, or I don't want to know. No. So apologies for the, you won't be able to go back and watch it again. If you were there at the time, you may have made a note of his name. I hope not. Don't hold anything against anybody. Nobody go and attack anybody, or whether verbally or otherwise. Don't do that. I disavow any such behaviour. But I've removed the post. Even though it's a really enjoyable stream, I really enjoyed it. I would have liked more people to see it. But it is now privated. It's not deleted, it still exists. But it's privated. Yeah. I think that was a fair thing to do. Any conversation about prepping reminds me that I'd be fucked if anything happened to civilization as we know it. Me too. I'm a charity case. If there was serious, I mean, UK Urban Prepper Mike just mentioned me, give me a little bit of a shout out on the channel because in his words, I'm living the prepper life. I'm doing it for real, but I'm not really. I'm somewhat of a, well, if I said grifter, that would be too negative. But I'm a charity case. I'm reliant upon the goodwill of others for me to get by. I'm not Johnny Rambo. I'm not off surviving in a field, you know, me, my knife, building traps and catching pigeons and, you know, I'm not surviving by my own wits. I'm surviving by pointing a camera at me and whining a little bit about what a bitch I am and how I've got nothing and how I need help. And every now and again someone will bring me a bag of food or a box of chips or some fish and chips or, you know, water. I mean, water. Fuck, where would I be without other people bringing me water? Karen brought me 90 litres before she left. She brought me another roughly 90 litres, I think, when she arrived. So I'm not I'm not Johnny Rambo. I'm not surviving on my own in the sticks. What would we all do if the world went to shit? So if the world went to shit and nobody was bringing me the charitable items, I did buy like a fish trap from Temu. I guess I'd have to give that a go. So it's like a mesh thing that expands and you put it in the water, put some stones in it, put in the water, put a little bit of dog food or something in the center, catch some fish. The next day you go back out and the bait or the stuff would be like the fish guts or whatever you've emptied out, put those in, put it underwater and see whether you can catch stuff in there. No idea whether it would work. It's possibly even illegal in normal times, but I don't see the harm in having it in case of, you know, SHTF, shit hits the fan. Better to have it and not use it while it's illegal, but to have it once the world goes to shit. And for, it's like 3 or 4 quid, 3 or 4 euros. Evening, Mike, Tina, hello, Smithy. That was 1:15. Hold on, that was 23:14. 5 minutes ago. I was a little bit late starting again, wasn't I? So I was an hour late because I couldn't find my glasses at 10, so I decided to go live at 11. And then I was late even then, because I was watching someone else's YouTube channel. Hey Tina, you okay, babe? Hello you. Hello you. Shall I show you to the people? Are you... Okay, you've got water. You're just not drinking it. Okay. She was hungrily or thirstily guzzling down the water to begin with. Let me do this. I've got to be careful, folks. My phone is low on power. I'm going to show you my girl. She's just... Alright, I'll unplug it, but I've got to remember to plug it back in when we go back. Look, she spilt her water here, look. Hello, you. Hello, you. Hello, doggy, doggy. Hello, doggy, doggy. Oh, it's so nice to look down and see you. Yeah. Remember that forever. Yeah. Hello, you. I know. I know. I know it's not going to be forever, is it? It's not going to be forever. I know, darling. I know. Daddy loves his girl. Daddy loves his girl. And his girl loves Daddy. Yeah. It's okay, babe. I'll get the bright light out your face. I know you don't really like it. Hold on, folks. Back to the real star of the show. I know that the Tina interludes, people like them. I know that. That's why I play on it a little bit. I'm trying to farm money from you. I haven't done the donation thing. Hold on. Have I got is the tablet here? I've got to go and do that, haven't I? Hold on. Just in case somebody, even though I broke the tablet yesterday. Can you see you can see the striations across the screen where I broke the fucking screen yesterday? Yeah, you can. I'm gonna go. You all know my pin. I've told you all my pin many times. 9939. You all know it. I read it out by accident sometimes. Let me go and I need to grab a text file. Hold on. Sorry. Wait a minute now. Text file. Not that text file. That text file. Hangouts blurb.txt. Here we go. Find the section with the PayPal link. Make the selection. Do the copy. Now we're going to go and find this stream. Oh, fuck, that's bright. I've got daylight brightness, which, because it's sunny. Okay, now we're going to go and find this stream. So me, view channel, live. Here we are, Sunday night Jibber Jabber. Live. Okay. Shut that cunt up. A little bit of a pause there. And paste. Post. Long press. Pin message. There we go. The PayPal link is now pasted. It's a long, it's a process, isn't it, folks? It's a process. Everything involves steps and stages. All right, so beautiful Tina said to Smithy, Billy Joe, is she your old companion? She is. She's been with me for about 10 years. No, she's 10 years old. She's been with me for 9.5. And as far as I can tell, the first 6 months of her life weren't great. She's a clever girl, though. She is a clever girl. She was starving to death, and she found a family. She was walking past. This is the story as related to me, as told to me. She was walking past one day, and she found a family, with young children that seemed to like her, but she was timid. She was off in the distance, but the kids were waving at her and kind of trying to talk to her. And a few days later, she was kind of starving to death, and she went and she knocked on their door, literally knocked on their door with her head. They thought it was someone knocking. They thought it was a person at the door. It was a doggy. She literally banged her head against their door, and they'd opened it, and there she was. And they invited her in and, started to feed her. They couldn't keep a dog full time. They didn't live here permanently, but they fed her for 2 weeks and contacted an animal sanctuary down in a place called, the place was called Albox, A-L-B-O-X, but X's aren't pronounced as X. They get that that's a Spanish do. Down in Murcia region. But a lady here saw her story on Facebook and arranged to meet people halfway. They came halfway up, she went halfway down, she got Tina. She was going to foster her. She was fostering her with a view to taking her on full time, but it all depended on her other dog. And her other dog didn't take to Tina. Her other dog was a little bit violent. They'd already had, issues, instances. They were hoping that another dog would calm their one down, but that didn't happen. So she printed 200 leaflets and she set off to find Tina her permanent doggy family or doggy residence. I was the first person she met when she's handing out these posters. And the lady sat at the next table. We're at a kiosk, at a bar in a park. The lady was at the next table, and every time I looked over, the dog was looking at me, and if I looked away and looked back, the dog was there. Tina was just looking at me. And everybody in the bar could see the connection with me and Tina. Everybody was saying, if you don't take that dog, I'm never talking. Well, one guy literally said, he was joking, but if you don't take that dog, I'm never talking to you again. And so I went from being a cat person to a dog person. Who knew? Who knew? And here we are 9.5 years later, aren't we, darling? And I'm going to be there until the end for her. I will be there at the end. In fact, it will be my decision when the end is. And I'm not looking forward to that. I don't like that idea. Her end will be my decision. I don't know if I'm up to that. I'm trying to justify it to myself that it's up to me to make sure that her life doesn't get too bad, and so I have to draw a line under it. As she's on a downward spiral, a downward slope, it's my responsibility to make sure it doesn't go too much downward. So that's what I'm telling myself. It's my job to protect her from a deteriorating life. I don't know if I can do that. It's my responsibility. I have to do it for her. But it's me saying, enough's enough, and here's the line. And big and butch bloke as I am, I don't know that I'm big enough and butch enough for that task, that responsibility. To pick a time, to pick a day, in conjunction with a vet, obviously. But it will be for me to execute that process. Execute, so that's a poorly chosen word. Yeah, I don't know, folks. I don't know if I'm up to it. She's beautiful, Tina. There's me posting a link. She's a survivor, and then she is. She survived a lot. We still don't know what's caused. We haven't got like a definitive cause. I still don't know if it's the police kicking her or if it's a degenerative disease that's just happened spontaneously. That's the way that I lean. I lean towards the degenerative disease thing. But she was kicked by the police, and they are a bunch of bastards. She trusts me. She does indeed, Billy Joe, yeah. Oh, no. There's no sign of any pain from her. Nothing I've ever done. I mean, fuck it. I stand on her by accident. So don't get me wrong. I'm not I'm not a dick. I'm carrying her off to my right, and she's staggering left and right. And when she staggers left, she can end up kind of under my feet. But there's no indication of pain at all. She used to pull herself around just with her front paws. She used to bum shuffle all around the camp. If a friend came, if Karen came, Karen and her fella, she would run down the road to meet them. There was never any sign of pain. She can't pull herself around like that anymore. She doesn't have the strength in the front legs anymore. But no, there's never been any sign of pain. It's very physical what I have to do with her. Picking her up and putting her on the bed, getting her off the bed. We're now at the point where I've got this belt around her waist and I'm picking that up, and then her face plants on the floor. So I'm picking her up either by the collar directly. When I pick her up, there's like 3 seconds before she's going to start peeing. I could have got her out the tent quick, otherwise she's going to be pissing on the bed or in the tent. So I might grab the collar, or if it's convenient, I'll grab the lead and lift her by the collar via the lead. But I'm carrying the belt. I've got 3-4 seconds to get her out of the tent before the waterworks start. I did get a very warm leg yesterday at one point. If you look at my shoes, now they are falling apart. They are falling apart. But the left one and the right one are 2 different colours. There is no denying the shade of the right one being a greeny yellowy. Sorry, I'm grunting. My right shoe is a different colour to my left because I have a doggy on my right, and she does pee when I'm walking her. And depending on where her back end is, yeah. Scrolling. Hi Mike, your situation reminds me of Robinson Crusoe. The field is the island and Tina is your man Friday. In a lot of ways. I would say that Robinson Crusoe, Man Friday was a help to Crusoe. Tina is, not going to say a burden, not going to put it that strongly, but she's a responsibility, something I have to look after, someone I have to look after. Burden. You could toy with that word. I wouldn't go that strongly. She does, obviously, as people walk past and she growls at them or barks, it lets them know there's a dog, and if they don't know it's a disabled dog, it could have perturbed, it could have put off some people that were wanting to do malicious activities. So having her is a plus, I think, you know. But yeah, I've had to make sure she's fed and watered and walks and all of the rest, and yeah. So yeah, I can see the Robinson Crusoe analogy. I can see that. My life has very much, as Tina's health has deteriorated, my life has shrunk, and I've used the word trapped, but it's not true in a technical sense. But I am restricted. To the field for most of my life. 100 meters that way and you've got the Chino Bazaar. I did go to the supermarket yesterday morning for the first time this year that I've gone there and bought things, I believe. But yeah. Scotty, hello my friend. Is it a bit cooler there now? It is here, thank. Lisa says hi. Hello Lisa. Lisa that I have to stop and consider whether it's Lisa or Linda. Hello Lisa. Sorry. No, is it cool? Well, it's cooler now that it's night, and we've got cloudless. We've got an actual cloudless night. I haven't seen the sky this week. It's been cloudy all week. It's been fucking annoying. I fell asleep today. I didn't move the panels around and chase the sun and move over the field. I've just, because I was live so late, I didn't even make 4 hours, did I? I'm not even sure if last night's stream was published. I've had to unpublish it anyway. I was waiting for all that post-processing to happen. And then, because of a doxing issue, For once, not a boxing issue, but a doxing issue. Pointed out by Jack. Thank you, Jack, for bringing my attention to the fact that I had named a guy. I got a donation, and I don't normally mention like full names, but there was a message with it that I didn't get, I didn't understand, and yeah, so I read out the full, like the name and the message, and that was wrong. That was wrong with me. I got that wrong. I did that bad. So even though I thought it was a really great stream, I've played it back twice. I've listened back to it twice. I really enjoyed it. It was a good stream, apart from that fact. Now, there may be some YouTube editing things. Maybe I could go in and cut out or blank out those sections. They weren't a big part of kind of a 3.5 hour stream, whatever it was. So I haven't deleted the stream, I've privated it. And I might be able to go in and edit it and do things different. What do you got, babe? You need to eat somebody. Attacker! 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 Go get them. Yeah! You got my permission. You need to eat somebody. That's okay, go and eat them. Yeah. It's okay, babe. It's okay. I know. You would if you could. And in your younger days you would have. God, when she was younger, if I'd told her to go, she would have gone and got them. Whoever it was, whatever it was. I've told the tales about how she ran away from me a few times early on. But those were the early days. Do you know what inner ear is? Yeah, I know what the inner ear is. Yeah, it controls balance and things. You have, so inside your normal ear, I think it is, you've got the hammer, the anvil, and the stay-piece. But then further in, there's these tubes with liquid, and they detect whether you're tilting, whether there's motion, inertia, if you come to a sudden stop. The inner ear detects all of that, all the things to do with balance. And so when you get like an inner ear infection and you're trying to walk in a straight line and you hit the wall 90 degrees that way. I did that once. That was fun. In the doctor's surgery, the doctor asked me to come in and I missed I'm aiming for the door there and I hit the wall over there. Yeah, I know what the inner ear is. Hello, Jasper. I don't know if I've said hello to you already. So, Jasper, Scotty, Robert, Lockwatcher, I saw you. I don't think I said hello, mate. Sorry, I went right past you. I believe Clive's live sometime around now. I thought you guys would all be off. The Clive gang would be off watching Big Clive live. Billy Joe, hello, Smithy. UK Richie was just popping in to say hello. I'm scrolling back. Jasper said another live. I think that's me. I've covered everybody. I've gone back. I'm on live chat, so I've caught everything. I'm not missing messages. Cheers. I brought out tonight. So obviously I've got my beer. I've managed to keep the fridge quite cool today. This one's been out a long time. I got two out at the same time by accident. I drank the one. This one's now a little bit warmer. But that's my fault, not the fridge's. Whoops. But I've brought out my my glass. And I've got this. If you can see it, I don't know. No, that won't be readable. Lighting is an issue, isn't it? It's the Annecy drink. It's called Anna Maria. Distillation traditional. Distillation. Aniseed. Anis de Tilad. And then there's a letter missing. Is it Tilado? Oh, Anis destilado. Distilled aniseed, I guess, would be the... So it's like the French drink pastiche, I believe. Just going to pour... It's got the little stopper in the top, so it doesn't pour too fast. I'm going to pour a 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. In a bar, they'll probably pour 12 or 15. But that's for professional drinkers. I'm a normal guy. I don't do 15s and 20s. It's gorgeous. 1 litre, €7.50, or $7.40 something or other. Oh, hold on. Have you been watching any Commonwealth Games in Scotland? No, I wasn't aware the Commonwealth Games were on. The Commonwealth Games? No. So it's not just like what's the Scottish one called, where they toss the caber, as it were? It's not that. It's the Commonwealth, the old British Empire as was. Canada, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, Nigeria, and can I name any others? Probably not. But there's lots. So there's lots within Africa, isn't there? I wasn't aware of the Commonwealth Games. No, I've got no knowledge of such a thing. I know the Scottish bloke just broke the mile record a couple of weeks ago. Will that be a thing? Are we going to see another attempt on a world record for the mile? Does anyone remember the days? Sebastian Coe, Steve Ovett. One would break the world record one week and the other would break the world record the week after. It's what it felt like. It wasn't actual, but it felt that way. And then a little bit later, Steve Cram was like the next, I don't really want to say generation, but after they aged out, Steve Cram came along. Then you had Dave Moorcroft in he was the 5,000 meters, if I remember. 5,000 and 10,000 meters. I used to run a little bit. Have I mentioned I used to run a little bit in my younger years? I did the odd marathon once upon a time. I miss ex-Twitter, lots of profanity. Do you not go on Twitter anymore, Jasper? I dive in every now and again, but I find my feed, because the things I've reacted to in the past were kind of controversial. My feed is just full of men who think they're women and who insist, they just post, men can be women, men can be women, trans women are real women, and it's just, nah. I'm not going to get into the politics of it all here. I just find going on Twitter to be a little bit bothersome. I guess because of what I've reacted to in the past, they're feeding me more of the same. And I went through a phase, I don't know if you know this, but porn is actually allowed on Twitter. I kept opening Twitter and there were these women with boobs but with a cock and balls, and it was just like there. And I'm like, I don't want to fuck it. How do I see that? Fuck. Normal porn's got one dick too many for me. Let's move on. I'll get in trouble. Good old Andy Burnham taking over. Hold on. It's jumped. Where was that at? I'm back to the beginning. You won't see it. No pointless pain. Tina Man Friday. Twitter. Okay. Good old Andy Burnham taking over. Watch for wife getting her fingers caught in the till. They made millions out of you, Les. Fucking crooks. Any big government project, you have to wonder how the company that got the job and who their the backhanders how are they structuring it? Is it an outright payment to someone, or is it a job for someone after they finish, you know, hey, let me have 10 years contract for this, and when you're no longer prime minister, you can come and work for us without doing any work, but you work for us and we'll pay you $1 million a year for, you know, consultancy. Yeah. Burnham's come in and he's trying to do things that will catch the mood of the people. You know, some of the announcements are things that you would think are in the right direction, but you got to wonder why he's doing them. It's kind of trying to bribe the public for votes. But then again, that's how democracy works. If someone comes in and wants to bribe everyone to get their votes, and that means everybody gets policies that they wanted, whereas the guy before said, fuck the people, you're not getting policies you wanted, it at least does force democracy in the direction that the most people wanted. Kind of, sort of, but in a somewhat illicit manner. Illicit's not the right word, that's too strong a word. But that is having a politician who is malleable and will move to what the people want. That is kind of democracy, isn't it? The guy who stands there and says, all those policies you want, no, you're not getting that shit. I'm in now. I promised you shit to get in, but now for 5 years you'll just put up with whatever I do and you're not getting anything you wanted. That's not democracy. You fell for his propaganda and voted him in, and then you don't get any of the policies that circumstances changed. The situation isn't what it was. All those things that I said, no, you're not getting that. To get someone else who comes in and then says, hey, I'll sweeten the deal this way. Oh, you want that? We'll move that way. Yeah, no, we'll move a bit more that way. Give you this, give you that, give you the other. Now, is it just a sweetener and upfront? Is that just to soften the transition? Probably. But you are at least getting some of the things that you wanted. It's an interesting conundrum, and it will be analysed by analysts. Bit of redundancy in the sentence there, I guess. But it will be analysed for years to come. And do I think that Andy Burnham is he a better option than Keir Starmer? So far, it kind of looks like it. History would suggest he's not really. Most people think he will be worse than Starmer. But you can only go on the evidence as presented, and so far, the needle's moved in the right direction. The money saving, the steps he's taken to soften cost of living expenses. Is it a front? Probably. He's a politician after all. They're all a front. Is Nigel Farage the real answer? I doubt that as well. For all of his man of the people persona that he kind of puts on, hey, I go down the pub just like you do. Yeah, mate, but you do it in a £2,000 suit, and I do it in jeans and a t-shirt. Are we really the same? Probably not. It's the other guy, Rupert Lowe. Aim high, vote low. I mean, he's very much posh, isn't he? You just hear him speak, he's posh. So he's not exactly the man of the people. Personally, I do kind of resonate with things he says. Politics, I don't want to go too much in it. I had Twitter on laptop, forgot password, then laptop broke. Oh, Jasper, you don't have the best of luck, do you, mate? Twitter used to have likes. I'd watched everyone's likes, but some of them were disgusting. Now Twitter makes likes private. Yeah, you can't really just get a list of what people like. You can see them as they pop up. But hello, Hannah. Good evening, Mike. How are you doing? I'm all right, lass. I'm all right. I've had a strange day. I just kept. I woke up, so I was on late last night, and then I sat here and I relaxed after the stream. I relaxed just by watching some more YouTube videos here in the chair again until about 6 or 7 in the bloody morning. And I went inside as it was getting light, and I slept most of the morning. I had to get up at one point and move the solar panels a little bit, but then I slept the rest of the day. I walked in, I had a guy who took me too literally a few weeks ago. I said I slept all day, and he accused me of abusing my dog by not walking her because I'd slept all day. It's like, don't be too fucking literal. Yes, every now and again I got up and I walked the bloody dog. Sorry, darling, I'm talking about you in quite dismissive terms there. I don't mean to. But some people are just too fucking literal. If I say I slept all day, I mean that I slept for 3 hours. I woke up, didn't know where I was. I was dazed and bemused. I got up, I walked the dog, I came back in, I laid down and fell straight back asleep again. And I did that all day long. I've done nothing all day. I just watched, before I went live, I was just watching UK Urban Prepper. And it's kind of all I've done all day. My tent is a lot, now that the roof's disappeared, my tent's a lot cooler through the day. But I put this cardboard box over the fridge to keep the sun off the fridge when the sun's over here. Then it goes overhead, and 2, 3 o'clock, something like that, the sun wasn't on the fridge. But now the roof's not there. The sun is on the fridge still. So I've had to keep the cardboard box on top of the fridge all day. That's different. It's different. I have to get used to that. I'm gonna one day I will actually get off my ass and put the tarpaulin over the roof, because I've got the bones of the tent here still. I've got the frame still, the hoops. The fabric had a little rip, became a big rip, and now all the fabric's just blown away. If I had a friend come round, Ismo, if you were there, if you came around and helped me, two men would, it would be a 10-minute job to put the tarp over. For me on my own, it's probably going to take like between half an hour or an hour. No democracy when they replace a dick for a dick. Yeah, the what do they call it? The uniparty, I guess is what you've only got 2 options. It's you can have as many elections as you want if I decide who's on the ballot paper. It's that kind of thing, isn't it? You can choose between Dick 1 and Dick 2. Which is why I think we live in interesting times, because now you've suddenly got 2 other parties. I mean, you've had the Liberal Democrats or SDLP, whatever they called themselves. They were the Social Democratic and Liberal Party for a while. I mean, you had Liberals back when it was David Steele and Dr. what was he called? David Owens? The other 2 Davids. Spitting Image used to take the piss out of them. Are they both dead now? David Owen and David Steele. Hold on. David Steele's dead. I think I remember him dying. I don't know about David Owen. Hold on. Wait a minute. Dr. David Owen. Dr. David Owen. Physician and former Secretary of State for Foreign and Commonwealth Affairs. There he is. Yeah, he's quite a good looking boy. He's alive. 88 years old. David Anthony Llewellyn Owen. Baron Owen. Member of the Privy Council. What is CH? That has precedence over being a Privy Councillor. CH. I don't know what that means. So for anyone who doesn't know, the Privy Council, historically, these were the people that could be in the toilet with the king. Hence privy. But they once, if you're a government minister, you are an advisor to the crown, technically. You become a member of the Privy Council. What does the CH? I'm intrigued that the CH takes precedence over Privy Council. What does CH stand for? Can I get an answer? Companion of Honor, a special British award given for major long-term contributions to arts, science, medicine or government. Companion of Honor. And it takes precedence above Privy Council. The fuck? Who knew? Is this one of the ones where there's a limited number? Only 65 people can hold this active honour at one time. So yeah, there is a limit. It did answer my question before I even asked it. He was a good looking bloke. I mean, he's old now, but the honour was created June the 4th, 1917 by King George V. George V. 1917. That's not the Queen's, that's not Queen Elizabeth's father, is it? That would be her grandfather, would it? George V. When I say the Queen, I don't mean Camilla. I mean, you know, the real Queen. Elizabeth II, the one that was Queen all through my life until a few months ago. Hey babe, what is it? This beer's getting warm. Scrolling, I'm going back to chat. I haven't been in chat for a little while. There's this camping channel, Steph Dawson. Steph doesn't sound like a bloke's name. His channel was filthy, now to do with camping. I liked erotic nudes like Betty Page. How did you get from camping to nudes? I'm not... What just happened, Jasper? The conversation just took a left turn. Steph sounds like a lady's name. Unless it was Steve or Stefan, maybe. How loke is woke Ben about? How loke is woke Ben about? Mate, sometimes I just can't follow the conversation. Posh people never had a hard life. Oh, some of them do. Just because you're posh doesn't mean that life's easy. I guess in general it's easier. You would like have an easier time getting into university. So university entrance relies on qualifications, but on edge cases, for some people, they insist on like an interview. And the interview is not a real interview. It's about seeing whether you're one of us. So if you're from a council estate in Barnsley, well, outside, not even in Barnsley. I'm from a mining village on the outskirts of, 7, 8 miles away from Barnsley. I didn't have the interview. I'll be honest. I overqualified when it came to university. I had 3 times the entry qualifications for the university that I wanted to go to. I was an overachiever, folks. I had my A-levels. Well, they were A-level equivalents, what were called Open College Stage B at the time. I had my A-level equivalents. I had my BTEC National Diploma, which again was equivalent of 2 or 3 A-levels. And then I did some other qualifications on top. I did economics and criminology. I had 3 times the qualifications needed to go to uni. I went late. My family knew nothing about university. I was the first person from my family ever to go to uni. I had nobody to advise me. When I was in like 6th form and other people were talking about fucking Oxford and Cambridge applications, and I had no fucking clue. They'd got parents who'd also been to Oxford or Cambridge and who could tell them what was involved and how the applications worked. I would just overhear these conversations in a corner and think, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what that is. So I went 3 or 4 years later. 3 times overqualified. I got accepted to everywhere I applied for, but I ended up just going for the university in my local town. Well, my local city, Lancaster. Because I was engaged at the time. Heading off down to Oxford or Cambridge wouldn't have been an option. Yeah. Fun times indeed. That is... it's not Yellow Flash, is it? It's the other one. Tag? What's it called? Tig, tag, tug? Fun times indeed. Can't remember his YouTube channel name. Sorry, usually when I steal someone's catchphrase, I try and reference them. It's 3 letters. They're the initials of a phrase or a... It's not Yellow Flash, that's a different guy. But he's got a similar southern drawl. I wonder if I could search for it and find it. It seems unlikely. Bear with me, folks. I'm taking on a little detour. My brain's just got one of those fucking worms eating into it. I gotta go and find an answer because that's how I am. Fun times indeed. We did date Dr. David Owen, the CH Companion of Honor. I didn't know that one. Something I didn't know. Didn't know it would outrank being a member of the Privy Council. Right, fun times indeed. Fun times, comma. Fun times indeed. YouTuber. No, not Greg's Game Room. No. Gregory D. George. No, that's not where I'm going. So maybe the guy I'm thinking of borrowed it from someone else in the first place, but that's not Yellow Flash and Tig Tag Tug. What's his fucking name? That. Does a C, the T stands for that. It's that something or other. I picture him, he's got an umbrella. There's an umbrella. It looks like your sentence got cut off. No, it didn't. I'm trying to give you a clue. That umbrella guy. Tug. Tig Tag Talk. I was fucking close. That umbrella guy. Fuck. Sometimes I'm a retard. Hold on. YouTube. That umbrella guy. Am I right? I think I'm right. Let's have a look. Tug. That umbrella guy. It is. It is. That's him. He's kind of branched off from being just... He talked about pop culture, popular culture. So new films and TV and stuff. But somehow he got involved in the Johnny Depp Amber Heard thing and became... Now he's kind of a journalist. He's an in-depth investigator almost. That umbrella guy. There we go. Now you know. I didn't know. I've lost half my audience while I tried to work that out. I had half a fucking idea that there was a thing and I couldn't let it go, and it's probably boring for you to watch the machinations in my head while I'm trying to work out a suitable YouTube, a suitable Google search phrase. And then from nowhere I kind of just remembered it on my own. Isn't it interesting how that works? The shit that I forget, and I have to give myself a clue to remember. And I find it fascinating to kind of play back and watch myself struggle to remember. It's a little bit like when I tell myself a joke I've never heard before. It's a thing. Sometimes I literally tell myself a joke I haven't heard. I make a joke up on the spot. And sometimes I struggle to remember things and have to give myself a clue. It's like watching Lionel Blair and Eunice Stubbs in Give Us a Clue with Michael Aspel. It's a book. It's 5 words. The first syllable is... and it's got that girl. Wow, what's... Kathy Jones, the Welsh lass. Her husband. And the guy with the big red nose, Cal Malden. What's Streets of San Francisco? Yeah. No. Kathy Jones. Michael Douglas, Kirk Douglas, Michael Douglas, Cal Malden, Streets of San Francisco. It's fucking obvious. How did you not get it sooner? It's weird how I play that shit back sometimes and try and remind myself of things. I can't tell you how nice this aniseed spirit is. I think 35% by volume. Yeah, 35% volume. Litre bottle, €7, 7.5. What a bargain. Yeah, I don't think there's a cheaper alcohol around. Is that... Oh, I should be charging the other lamp while we sat here, and I'm not doing it, am I? I haven't plugged it in. Hold on, folks. Wait a minute now. I couldn't find this cable at one point last night. Gonna plug it in. And, oh, fuck. Let's have a look. No, all the way up. There's only 2 ways a USB cable can go in, and it always takes 5 attempts, and I've never understood it. The science of USB cables. There are literally only two ways. It can be that way up or that way up. USB-C supposedly solves that, but some devices still, I do still find some devices you have to be quite specific about which way up the cable is. That's probably more to do with the port than the cable. My lamp is charging. So when this one dims, if you noticed, I had it on the medium setting and it was dimming, it was getting dimmer and dimmer. I've had to put it on the top setting. When that runs out of power, we'll switch to the other one, and I am now charging that. They've both been out in the sun the same amount of time, so they've had some power. Scrolling. Who was that guy who broke the mile in May? Roger Bannister, 53. Roger Bannister and, oh, no, they made a movie. No, the Vangelis thing was a lot earlier. That was in the 10s or the 20s, 1910s or 1920s. What was he called? There was two guys. I mean, that's the whole point of the film. There was two guys competing. But the 50s was Roger Bannister and Chris Chataway, and the other pacemaker, Chris Brasher, founder of Reebok UK and of the London Marathon. I worked for him indirectly. So my wife's father was a director of Reebok UK. Actually, Fleetfoot, which Reebok UK kind of reversed into. You know how they have this corporate speak. When one company takes out, so there's an established British company, and Reebok wanted to form a UK branch, UK distribution centre, and then the European distribution centre was in Bolton. But Morecambe and Lancaster, kind of on the border. Reebok UK was the national distribution centre. Bolton was the European headquarters of Reebok. Yeah. No, I worked. And then after he retired from being a director of Reebok, he retired, and then he kind of came out of retirement. He was approached by Chris Brasher to form or to run the Brasher Boot Company. And me and my wife had to go to Bolton. Was it Bolton or Blackburn? Blackburn, I think. We had to quality control this whole batch of, it was kind of a botched. He'd had samples done, and then they got the real boots made, and when they came across, the branding had not been as, so when they'd embossed or branded into the leather the Brasher Boot Company name, and it wasn't as consistent as perhaps you'd want. So we had to pick through them and find the bad ones to send back, and the ones that were good enough, the ones that were borderline. But yeah, Chris Brasher was I think he was the third pacemaker for Roger Bannister when he ran the 4-minute mile. I'll look it up. It's probably, I'll look it up. I'm not going to ask you to do it. You come here for the education. I've got a history, folks. I'm interesting. I've got stories to tell. Chris Chatham or Chataway? Okay, let's just ask it to list Roger Bannister's pacemakers. List Roger Bannister's pacemakers. By which I mean the people that helped him run, not a heart device. His primary pacemakers for his historic sub 4-minute mile were Chris Brasher and Chris Chataway. I got both spot on. I thought he was the third, but Chris Brasher and Chris Chataway. Tom Hulat also ran in the May 6, 1954 race at, I'm going to say Iffley Road, even though it's double F. I should go Iffley Road, would be my instinct on reading that, but somehow Iffley sounds posher. At Oxford, serving field and pacing functions. Okay. Chris Brasher led the first half mile of the historic race, taking the first lap in 57.4 seconds, and the half mile mark in 1:58. Chris Chataway took over the lead at about the 1,100 yard mark. Hold on. Didn't the other guy do half a mile would be... okay, that would be 800 yards, 800 or 900 yards. Then Chris Chataway took over the lead to pull Bannister through the final demanding pacing phase before dropping back. Tom Hulat, sorry sir, I've never heard of you until tonight, competed in the same race as a runner for the Amateur Athletic Association and helped set the competitive field context, finishing with a time of 4:16. I'll be honest, you're 16 seconds off the pace. That's not, that's a long way at that speed. 16, you're gonna be 150 yards back. 16 seconds. Anyway, folks, that's my connection to Chris Brasher and to Roger Bannister vicariously, I guess. You're only over three hops into the, what's it called, 6 degrees of separation, isn't it? They reckon that you're no more than 6 degrees, 6 steps away from anyone on the planet. So, for example, my father-in-law met the Queen, went to garden parties at the Buckingham Palace and stuff. So him and Queen Lizzie was just 2 steps away. Prince Charles almost ran over my foot when I was 10, or at least his driver did. He was there. He visited my school, so I guess I kind of was in the same room as him. Didn't meet him per se. There was no handshakes or anything. But yeah, it's always interesting how you can make step to step to step. Scrolling. Mike's tent got nice skylight. It did. The roof is now... So for months it's had these weaknesses, these kind of stretch marks, these lines, and they finally became a rip, and then it got windy and now the roof's just gone. Actually it's dangling down inside. It was really disconcerting this morning because I can't see across my tent because the roof is hanging down inside, hanging about 3 foot down. Hey babe, what's up? What's wrong? You're a long way away from your water, considering that you started here. And again, you've gone under the light, under the umbrella. It's interesting how she chooses where to be. I'm kind of intrigued. I'm scrolling. I write, then it spells wrong. Yeah. It must be my inner ear. It's balance. Saxon band Barnsley. Really? I didn't know that. I thought only Toffs went to university. Well, let's say I was kind of fish out of water. They weren't toffs, but they were they were the children of well-established middle classes. One of the guys that I was there with, I'm not going to name him, but he had he went again. He was one of the mature students, so we had a connection. He has patents. He used to work for a company, and he has patents that he owns and makes a living from. Dougal Roderick. I'm not going to say the rest of his name. It was a double-barreled. We called him Doug, but then he got married. We were at his wedding, and he is Dougal Roderick, and then double-barrel first name, last name kind of fucking shit. It went from being Doug to being Dougal Roderick Babum Badum Bum. Doug, here's to you, pal, if you're out there still. Doug. Dougal Roderick. This is Jasper. Judas Priest living after midnight video. Bus driver looks like David Frost from TV host. Many people think it's him. Hello, good evening and welcome. That David Frost. Got the Nixon interview, didn't he? Tricky Dicky. Scrolling. And also, he was there at the launch of, was it GMTV? Or was it Good Morning Britain? I think it was, oh, which was which? Which was first? I think it was Good Morning Britain. That was the ITV one. What was the BBC one with Frank Boff and Selena? Oh, whatever happened to Selena Scott? Where's Selena Scott? What happened? Was there a scandal or something? I know there was a scandal with Frank Boff. It was all to do with whips, cocaine and prostitutes. Frank Boff and the prostitutes. Hold on. Fuck. Hold on. I'm going to search for Frank Boff first. B-O-U-G-H, maybe? Frank Boff? TV presenter. There he is. He's still alive. 1933. Oh no, died 2020. Oh, I wonder if it was a COVID thing. I liked Frank Boff. Grandstand and all that. Francis, you see, this is the thing, isn't it? He's Frank, but then you find out that really he's a fucking Francis, which is a girl's name. Francis Joseph Boff was an English television presenter. Is he best known as the host of BBC Sports and Current Affairs show Grandstand and Nationwide, Breakfast Time, which he launched alongside Selena Scott and Nick Ross. He died aged 87, 2020. What was he accused of is the next link. Prostitutes, cocaine and whips. Taking cocaine, wearing women's clothing and attending sex parties with prostitutes. Respect, sir. I gotta respect that. Listen, you've got your kink and you went for it and you probably had a very good time that night. The scandal caused a massive sensation at the time, contrasting sharply with his avuncular persona. I got to look that word up. Avuncular. Give me a definition. Web search. Avuncular. Just fucking, don't ask me what app to do it with, just do it. And you done it in Spanish. Avuncular es un adjetivo que significa relativo a las tíos o parecido a un tío. It's an adjective that means relative to an uncle. To uncles? To a pair to an uncle. What? Tío is uncle, right? Especially bondadoso, protecto. I'm gonna have to ask for it in English. In English, you can't. What? I don't know why. Google is weird with me like this. Half the time it's Spanish, half the time it's English. Usually I can make out what it means, but that means friendly, kind and helpful, like an uncle or relating to an uncle. Avuncular. Uncular. Okay, I can see how you get unk. I can see that. So Frank Boff, yeah, he's like that guy. He's like the guy next door. He's like the friend that you kind of always wanted. And then he's with the cocaine and the prostitutes. That's the kind of friend I want. Fuck. Here I go again with Harold. Hold on, Chariots of Fire. Harold, someone or other, wasn't it? Didn't it? Isn't it? Let me go back to that. That was a separate conversation and a separate thread. But let me go back to it. Harold, Chariots of Fire. Harold. I just type Chariots of Fire and I'll get a synopsis. Chariots of Fire. Didn't they start? They were running around a courtyard in a university. Harold Abrahams and Eric Liddell. Eric Liddell. Harold Abrams. You say Abrahams or just Abrams? I'm not sure. Americans, the H tends to be silent like Spanish. English, we pronounce the letters usually. Race for the gold. That was the 1924 Olympics. For the 53 or whatever it was we were talking about before, that was probably the 4-minute mile. 1924. While one runs for his faith, the other participates to leave prejudice behind. Oh, it's a Jewish thing. Is that a Jewish thing? I'm going to guess Abrahams is Jewish, yeah? Tina, it's okay, babe. It's okay. It's only 12:30. I started late, so I've only been on an hour and a half. Do you think I'm going to get to the 4-hour mark? I doubt it. Let me make sure that we're charging. Let me make sure that cable's in. Let me make sure we're charging here. Yeah, we're on 81%. Chariots of Fire. I'm way behind on chat, folks. I'm going to catch up. Port out, starboard, home. Port and star. You're talking about the sides of a ship? Selena Scott, problem. Jimmel, don't fix it. Jasper, sometimes I've got no clue. She was a babe. She is. I bet she's still very pretty. Why is she not on TV? She must have married some kind of multi-millionaire and not needed to be on telly anymore. She did the clothes show with that guy. He was controversial. Jeff Banks. Wasn't he accused of beating his wife? Now I've got a tangent. Hold on. First, Selena Scott. Selena Scott. I thought her and Prince Andrew. Does anyone remember when she interviewed Prince Andrew after the Falklands War? I thought she was gagged for him. It looked like it on screen. Oh, okay. God, look at that. Look how bonny she was then. Oh, I would have melted. Wow. Oh, then there's the Jimmel. I don't know the Jimmel Fix-It connection, but there's Jimmy Savile. Selena Scott. There's a picture there that's not too enticing. That'll be a more recent one. But there she's bonny, even though she's old. She's bonny there. Probably, ladies, I apologise. This probably sounds all sexist. Did Selena Scott ever marry? Selena Scott has never been married. Former BBC presenter always guarded her privacy, emphasised her independence. Currently lives a quiet life on a farm in North Yorkshire. What does she do now? Lives on a farm in North Yorkshire where she manages rare livestock like belted Galloway cattle. No idea what that is. Some flavour of cow, I assume, from the word cattle. Do you know that we don't have a word for cows? For that animal. The word cow means female. Bull means male, like bull elephants and bulls and cows the same. But we have the word elephant. Cattle is like this generic term, but it's not a specific animal. We don't have a word for cow. You know, for that animal, it's difficult to say we don't have a word and try and tell you what we're talking about, because we don't have a word for it. My lights are fading, folks. I'm going to have to switch to the other light. I'm noticing my screen is very dark. There's the power. Here's the switch. Is there the switch? I don't see. Oh, there. It's not doing anything. Oh, now it's doing it. Bright, medium, bottom. I think we need to be medium. There. I think that's medium. I guess I can turn this one off now. Maybe, possibly. Okay. I has lights. Thank you, Karen. Where would I be, folks, without my friend Karen? And all my other friends. Sven and Anne, Tom, Anthony, Josie. Josie's here. I haven't seen her yet. She's been here a little while. I'll give her a ping tomorrow and excuse me. I know she's very busy. They're setting up their new apartment for when they move out permanently in September. They're out here temporarily just for a couple of weeks, I think. And obviously they've got a lot to do. Meeting a tramp in a field is probably not their priority. Selena Scott, problem, Jim'll don't fix it. I always read synopsis. Yeah, synopsis is always good. Port out, starboard home, posh. Okay. Sian Lloyd. Was she a weather girl? Sian Lloyd. Why are we saying Sian Lloyd? I've now got to look. That's a load of bull, Mike. Is this me talking about cows? Is that a load of bull? The cows and cattle. Okay. I thought you'd been a bit offensive there, but Sian Lloyd. Why am I searching for Sian Lloyd? Other than the fact she was a pretty lady. If we're just going to list pretty ladies, yeah, she had an unusual shaped face, didn't she? Quite a wide jaw. 68. What? Sian Mary Lloyd, a Welsh television. I didn't know she was Welsh. Well, I guess I could have guessed from the Lloyd, maybe. Television presenter, meteorologist from Mesteg. I don't know how you pronounce that. You know, it's Welsh. Who knows how to pronounce anything that's Welsh? Clan, Felby Clan, go. You know that one. The church by the lake, under the tree, in the hollow. However, like 68. She got divorced in 2015, apparently. Well, she's no longer married, so... Well, that was only 8 years. Oh, fuck, only 8 years. It's always sad, isn't it? When you see... So I was together with my missus for 20-odd years, married for... Was it 16 or 18? But when you see a marriage, it's only like 8 years. Siblings. Hold on. Parents, Trevor Lloyd. Do I know a Trevor Lloyd? No, I don't think I do. What does Sian Lloyd do now? Journalist, broadcaster, media trainer and corporate event host. Okay. That's a lot like Emma, what was she called? So when I had my office in a building next to the town hall in Lancaster, there's a guy there that was Emma Sams, the brother of Emma Sams. That's not her real name. Her real name was Samuelson, something like that. Again, it's the Jewish thing, but wanted to hide the Jew. So Emma Sams, that was in Dynasty, now just corporate media training. Wiley Wiley and Sam's? That doesn't sound right. Wiley and Samuelson? Oof. I probably sound now like I've gone off on an anti-Jewish rant. Not my intention at all, folks. Sean Lloyd, that's a load of bull, Mike. Good evening, Delta Mike. Gary, hello, Gary. That was at 12. That was at 12:30. Oh, I'm only 6 minutes. I'm only 3 or 4 minutes behind. Hope all has hope all has had a fantastic and peaceful weekend. He says hello to Jasper, and then he says Farmer comes next, probably. Josie, come see you. I think she'll come see. Yeah, I know you're joking, mate. I know. I just saw the words and that's a load of bull. I saw the words and I thought, what the fuck's he talking about? Why is he having a go at me? And then I put into context with the conversation about the fact that cows don't have a name. We don't have a word for that animal. We call them cows and bulls, males and females, but male what and female what? I guess cattle is kind of an umbrella term for kind of farm animals or but it's not a name specific to that animal. So elephants have cows and bulls. Whales have cows and bulls. Cows are kind of so generic. We use the term cows because, well, I guess because 99% of them are female because we kill the males for meat. Because you only need 1 or 2 bulls to service an entire herd, don't you? We don't have a name for that animal. It's weird. Oh God, I'll take you back to my childhood. For years and years and years, I couldn't work out the difference between a chicken and a hen. And I asked people who had fucking chickens and ducks and geese. I couldn't get a fucking answer out. What's the difference between a chicken and a hen? A hen is a female chicken. And the other one is a cock, or a cockerel, or a rooster. Pick your word. But basically we say there's a female and that other one, that's a cock. He's a dick. I mean, we're literally saying, and you only need, again, it's that same thing. You only need 1 or 2 cocks for a whole gaggle of geese, a whole set of chicken, a whole flock of chickens. So when the males are born, they get sexted. They get raised to what? 6 weeks, 8 weeks, 12 weeks, whatever it is with chickens, and the males get slaughtered. It goes back to Jasper. Why Jasper has male sheep? Because he feels sorry for them because the males all get slaughtered shortly after birth. You keep 30 sheep in a field, and you bring a ram in once a year. You 1 or 2 rams, and you do that colour thing on their belly so you can tell who they mount, the paint thing, and you can tell which sheep are being mounted and serviced, whatever wording you prefer. But that means that 90% of males that get born, they get raised until they're big enough, and then they get harvested. It's the same with chicken. I guess it's the same in most farming. You don't need many males. You keep them until they're big enough to slaughter, to harvest, and then you yeah. I know you were joking, Jasper. I know, mate. It's okay. It was just like that guttural reaction when I first saw you saying that's a load of bull. Am I back onto Top Chat? Okay, folks, we're still only an hour and a half in. We're not going to make it to 4 hours today. I can tell you that now, folks. I waited all day today for last night's to be post-processed and made available. And before we got there, I hid it because of the doxing issue that Jack Attack pointed out. Where is Farmer? He's not. He's probably. I think Big Clive was going live. So Big Clive is working on the Edinburgh tattoo. He was going to go live, I think, at 10 past midnight. Was it 10 past midnight? 10 past 10? I'm not sure. Big Clive was going live a while back. So some of the guys might be over there. I don't deliberately like go live against the guys that I know, like Clive or Scruff Dog. But Sunday night is my regular stream. That's my regular slot. So if they've gone live against me, it's kind of on them, isn't it? I lose out because these guys are bigger. I mean, Clive's got a fucking million followers. Literal 1 million followers. I'm not gonna win in that battle. But this is my night. I do Friday, I do Sunday. Every now and again I do Tuesday. Other nights are optional and as and when. So yesterday I did an afternoon stream, and then after Scruff Dog finished, I said, you know what? I might go live. And I really enjoyed myself. I enjoyed the live stream. Unfortunately, someone donated. I read out their name. There was a little bit of a contretemps, and I refunded them, sent them their money back. But I didn't know who it was or what it was, so I read out the name a couple of times while saying I don't even know who that is. So it's best that I may put the stream back live if I can find some kind of YouTube editing tools. If I can go in and just remove those sections or beep out the names. Yeah. I do have an issue where YouTube Studio, the website, has more tools than I have available. When I try and go to YouTube Studio, the app grabs hold of the link. There's an association, and I end up in the YouTube Studio app, which is much, much more limited. That's a bit shit. I got to break that association somewhere. I got to research how to do that. I've been saying it for months and I haven't done it. I need to be able to go into a web browser and go to the YouTube Studio and do the more involved things, even if I'm doing it on a tablet or a phone with a small screen. Yeah, I'll find a way. Magon the Dragon, hold on, it jumped. Magon the Dragon, the mad-tempered dragon, he liked shagging cows, bulls and sheep. All through the daytime he had such a gay time, and all night he couldn't... I can't read that. Jasper, what are you doing to me? Magon the Dragon. Sunday is reserved for you, Mike. Always a great end for the week. Or is it a beginning to a new week? We can have the argument about whether Sunday is the last day of the week or the first day of the week. In my head, it's the first because I was pedantic like that. Like I used to argue with people, there's no such thing as 12 o'clock at night. 12 a.m. It's morning. 12 p.m. is afternoon. Ante-meridian. Is it ante-meridian and post-meridian? I think it's meridian. Is it? Is that what it stands for? I was like 7 when I last looked that up. I'm going to go ante-meridian. Ante-meridian. Meridium. with an M on the end. Is it really? I thought it was an N. I thought it was N for November at the end. It's an M. Who knew? Before noon, ante meridium. I've had that wrong. I was today years old when I just learnt that. 57 3/4 or whatever the fuck I am. Meridium. I-E-M after the D. M-E-R-I-D-I-E-M. I did not know that. You see, I don't only take you on a journey of learning and discovery. Sometimes I take myself on a fucking journey of discovery. Ante meridiem. I did not know it's I-E-M. Wow. That's almost as bad as when I discovered, what was the word that didn't mean what I thought it meant? Ostensibly. Ostensibly didn't mean what I thought it meant. I would describe a job as being ostensibly done. You're 99% of the way there. It's ostensibly done. I just need to finish it off. No. Ostensibly means it has the appearance of being done. So you get a book and you make a nice pretty front cover and a couple of front pages and you pretend you've got a whole book. It's ostensibly done. It appears to be done. It's an entirely, it could be 1% done, but looks like it's done. It's ostensibly done. It's a totally different meaning to what I had in mind for ostensibly. And I'd only been using it, that's another one. I think I was like 40, this will be about 10 years ago. I was about 47 when I discovered that I'd got that word wrong. It's always interesting when you discover something new. Or you discover that something old you've had wrong for all these fucking years. What can you do, folks? Ostensibly doesn't mean what I thought it meant. Every day's a school day, says Andy. Hello, Andy. School with an SK. I like it. Every day should be a school day. You should strive to learn at least one new thing every day. Either learn a new thing or improve a skill or you know, some item of knowledge or ability. Yeah. Every day you should always be striving to improve, to learn, to know something new or do something better. I think that's a reasonable outlook on life, even for a tramp in a field. God, some of the skills I've learned since I've been here, some of the knot tying and the like your friction hitches and things. I don't want to go off and be a knot wanker, but well, is it a knot if it's a hitch? There's God, is it the tag end or is it the working end? Shut up. Not wankery. There's a whole rabbit hole of not science. Yeah, the friction hitches in particular. I found those the most useful. Bring a line around a tent peg back up and tie it in such a way that it slips, but it can be pulled tight. It doesn't move of its own accord. You have to move it. However tight you pull it, it stays that tight because of friction between the stuff that's wrapped around the line and the stuff that you did. But then sometimes you have your tent up so long that all that cordage breaks. Everything perished. It's all frayed and broken. I can't pull anything taut or tight anymore on this particular tent. All the lines broke in the ultraviolet, folks. Ultraviolet will fuck your sunlight. will fuck any fabric, any line, any rope, any cordage. It's fascinating, and it's fucking annoying. Yeah. Scrolling. Who's clashing with your channel? No, there was a guy yesterday made a donation, and he made a comment about how I'd banned him or blocked him, and I had no recollection because I didn't marry the name together with the action. And in the back and forth in the conversation, I read his name out a couple of times, and I shouldn't have done that. I don't divulge my donors' real names. Maybe I give a first name and an initial and an initial from the surname. But this conversation happened, and yeah, Jack Attack brought it to my attention that I had actually mentioned like full names, and that's doxing. I don't do doxing deliberately. So, out of respect for the gent involved, even though we had a bit of a contretemps, and I refunded him his money. I didn't want his money. I had read his name out, so I've now hidden that that video. And thanks to Jack Attack for pointing out my inappropriate behaviour. And apologies to the gent concerned. You know, even though we've got a disagreement, I did not mean to divulge his name publicly. It was wrong of me. I got it wrong. So that video will remain hidden until I can go in and find some kind of tools to blank out, to beep out, or to cover up, or to cut out those sections where I named him. Gareth Hunt, an Nescafe. It's the beans, isn't it? Gareth Hunt. He died young. He was very young. I bet I'm older. I've nearly run out of beer, folks. Hold on. It's been warm a long time, look me. Nope, that wasn't even close. I hit the side of the bin bag and it bounced off. Wasn't even close to going in or going on the top. Are you alright over there, darling? Tina? Hello, you. Let me show you Tina. I haven't shown her for a while. You know I do this to solicit sympathy. You gotta pimp out your dog. Pimp your dog. Where are we? Turn the flash on. There she is. She spilt her water over here. Look, that's the bowl of water. She spilt her water. Tina's over there. I think she's clean at the minute. I don't think she's peed or pooed. Hey, babe. You're gonna look this way. There you go. You look for the people. You're gonna talk to the peoples. Hey, Tina, go. No, she's not interested in you folks. I'm gonna go get a beer. I don't think I need to pee or anything, so I don't need to mute the microphone, I don't think. I am two-fisted drinking. I've got my aniseed spirit. You can see I've got a tiny bit in the bottom. I think, did I pour a 6? Did I do a 6 or an 8? I think it was a 6-second count. And I have had 2 or 3 sips since pouring it. I don't know what you would mix it with. It might go alright with a cola. Aniseed and cola, maybe? I don't know. Let's ask Google. Or do you just drink it like pastiche, the French drink? Give me a word. What wording would you go with? Hold on. What mixer goes with an aniseed spirit. Aniseed spirit. What mix? That's not how you spell what. Fucking dickhead. What mixer goes with an aniseed spirit? Traditional and simple mixers. Water and ice. Oh God, no. The classic method for spirits like pastis, ouzo and reiki. Adding cold water turns the clear liquid cloudy. The louching effect and softens the strong licorice bite. Club soda, I don't know what that is. Sparkling water. Add carbonation and lightens the intense herbal flavour without adding extra sugars. Fruit and citrus mixes, lemon or lime. Really? Fresh citrus cuts through the rich sweetness of anise and brightens the drink. Orange or pink grapefruit. Do you mean orange as in an orange, or do you mean orange grapefruit? Is orange grapefruit a thing? Orange or pink grapefruit? I don't know where the delineation there is between the all. So pink grapefruit's a thing. Is orange grapefruit a thing? I don't know what. Is orange? Do they mean orange as in the fruit orange, naranja? Or do they mean orange or pink grapefruit? Orange grapefruit or pink grapefruit? I'm not. That or throws me. Spicy and bold mixes. Ginger beer. Really? Offers the spicy kick that creates a refreshing mule style. I don't know what that means. A mule style cocktail. Ginger beer and aniseed. Or black coffee. a traditional pairing popular with sambuca. Served hot or in an espresso style mix. Really? You got all those options. Let me run down them again. Water. That's not a mixer. What the fuck are you talking about? Water and ice. Club soda. So fizzy water. Carbonated water. Lemon or lime. Grapefruit. I don't know whether you want orange or pink. Ginger beer. I'd be intrigued at the ginger beer combination. Or black coffee. It's always fun to kind of be inquisitive. I don't know if you've watched me much, folks, but about 20 times a day, I will ask myself a question I don't know the answer to, and I'll go off and look it up like I just did there. What's a good mixer to have with an aniseed spirit? And I get back a whole series of suggestions. Let me just scroll back. Gareth Hunt, okay, that was my last one. Too much shaking them coffee beans. Yeah, I mean, he did. Let me just look that up. How old was he when he died? Gareth Hunt. New Avengers, wasn't it? Is that all he was known for? He looked a lot like... Who's the guy that was Jesus Christ Superstar? Jasper Carrot and the bloke, they were the detectives. What was he called? He looked a lot like him. Hold on. Gareth Hunt. Hold on. He lived longer than I thought. Really? Died in 2007. Born in 42. He was only 65, I guess. Was he 65? Might have only been 64. He was 65. It depended where the dates fell. 65. Joanna Lumley. Whoa, whoa. Alan Leonard Hunt. How do you get Gareth out of Alan Leonard? He was Alan Hunt. Who the fuck's Gareth? Gareth? Who the fuck is Gareth? Best remember for playing footman Frederick Norton. Oh, he's in Upstairs Downstairs. Mike Gambit in the New Avengers. I didn't know he's in Upstairs Downstairs. I should download that. I could watch that all in one go. I didn't know he was in Upstairs Downstairs. Appears in Licensed to Love and Kill. I don't know that one. A Hazard of Hearts and more. I'm not going to dive off into that particular tangent. He was a good-looking bloke in his day, wasn't he? Good-looking lad. Lucky boy. He's older than I thought when he died. I thought he died in like his 40s or 50s, but he was, what did I say, 64, 65? Scrolling. Snakebite, Pernod. Okay, Pernod is another aniseedy one, is it? Yeah, maybe. Any cider at the Chino Bazaar? Probably individual cans, but not cases, not a 12 pack. I buy my beer by the 12 pack. They will have, so they have the cheap stuff in the 12 pack. In the fridge, they have cold. You pay extra for the cold ones. You pay quite a lot extra. You only want to do that for one or two. So the other day I bought a 12 pack and I knew it was, my fridge was struggling. I knew it was going to take hours to get down to be cool. So I bought two cold ones out of the fridge while I was there. Ginger beer is sexo. Robert Powell, thank you Jasper. That was indeed who I was thinking of. There is, I'm not wrong, am I? There's a similarity between Robert Powell and Gareth Hunt. I guess they both had that kind of dark curly hair in the 70s, 80s. Scrolling. Hold on. No, I'm not scrolling comments. I'm looking shit up. Is there a website that will compare two people and tell you how similar they are? That would be useful, wouldn't it? Is there a tool? Let's ask Google. Is there a web tool, a website that can compare? That's not how you spell compare. I got it. No. Go back and put an M. There's an M in the middle of compare. Two people's photos. People's photos, yeah. Several online tools can compare two photos of people to check for facial similarity or identity match, such as Pick the Rev, FacePair, and Media.io. Pick one. You want to go with Pick? I'm going to go with Pick the only two of them are links. The third one, FacePair, isn't a clickable link. I'm going to Pick the Rev. Just because it's my stream and I get to fucking make the choices. Oh, site asks for consent for cookies. Everything's too small. I have to upload the two images. That's probably more work than I want to do. download an image, upload an image, download the other guy's image, upload the image. It's renamed itself as Pictriev. That's a daft name, that's not a good name. Pictriev. No. I'm out. Too much work. I want to just type two guys' names. Am I off the mark? Robert Powell. Powell, yeah? Robert Powell. And Jesus, yeah, okay. And who were we talking about? Gareth Hunt. Hunt. Looks similar, yes or no? Looks similar. Question mark. Yes or no? Looked, I guess, would have been a better. Yes, Robert Powell and Gareth Hunt have often been noted by viewers as looking somewhat similar, sharing a classic 1970s British actor aesthetic with dark hair and similar facial features. So it's not just me. If you'd like, I can tell you more about the most famous TV roles like Jesus of Nazareth or the New Avengers. I was aware of both of those and I noted them both previously. Thank you for the offer, Google. I was already there. I'm going to go get that beer, folks, okay? Just don't leave. If you haven't already, hit the fucking thumbs up. Subscribe, you bastards. Why have you not subscribed? 2/3 of people who view are not subscribed. There's something under my foot. I thought it might have been an animal, but it's not. Ow. Tina's a good 18 inches away. I've got no worries there. Back in a second. Oh! Oh! Release the scrotum. Oh! Have a bit of a scratch. I'm not on camera. Oh! Oh, yeah. That's good. Colourbank. Colourbank is there. Rabbit is there. Beer is there. Look. Oh, and we've got to put the meat back. No. That's how. Okay. Okay. Here we come. This beer's not that cold. I'm back. Oh, and there's no man flesh today because I've got. I actually when I went to I had to go to the shop, so I put a t-shirt on and I haven't removed it since. I would have been a little bit cool if I didn't have it on. My beer's not that cold, folks. I guess because I've only just bought it tonight. It hasn't been in the fridge that long, and the fridge has been off. The EcoFlow inside the tent's almost run out of power. It's only 11% and I think it shuts off at 10. It's down 10. Which one is it? Oh no, that one shuts off at 5%, so that will run for a little while. The fridge says it's on 10 degrees, which is outside of the bounds. You want a fridge to be between 0 and 3 really, and it's obviously higher. It's been struggling all week. We don't have enough solar power. I am going to have to buy a new solar panel. That's 85 euros I could do without spending. Yeah, I heard it as well, Tina. So did the dogs over there. They're not happy. Yeah, I don't know. If it's a person, I might need to hit somebody. If it's a cat or a rat, So be it. I think it's an animal. Okay, folks, I get told I've got a bad attitude about people, but you know, if there was someone skulking around in the field at fucking 1 o'clock in the morning, whatever this is, 10 past 1, you too would think you probably need to hit them. A mouth this big and I missed. Fuck. Yeah, the beer's warm before it's come out of the fridge. It's not great. Harlequin. Oh, that was a... What was that a Hammer House of Horror thing? I think it was. Let me look that up. I've got half a recollection. Robert Powell. How do you spell Harlequin? Something like that. 1980 film. An ambitious Australian senator's son is cured of leukemia by a faith healer, but he discovered there is a high price to pay. The senator is overjoyed when his son is pronounced well, but then he learns that the mysterious healer has seduced his wife and is threatening to disrupt his political career. Harlequin is known as Dark Forces in the United States. It's a modern-day retelling of... ... with the ellipsis. I couldn't remember the name ellipsis. Yesterday I said ... and I couldn't... Ellipsis, isn't it? The 3 dots. It can be typed as a single character from the keyboard. It's a retelling of Rasputin. Okay. Robert Powell, David Hemmings was probably a bigger star at the time, and Broderick Crawford. Broderick. Yeah, you don't get many of them around. You don't meet many There was no Brodericks at school when I was there. Carmen Duncan. Carmen. Yeah, we didn't have any of them in school either. Australian film. I don't know many Australian films. Muriel's Wedding, maybe. That's a good one. I like to watch that. I haven't watched that for a couple of years. I usually watch that at Christmas for some reason, and I don't know why. She renamed herself Mariel. What's up, babe? You need to go on the attack. Go on then. Fetch. Attack her. Attack. Attack. Go get him. Bring back a leg that I can put on the barbecue. Yeah. Go on. Imagine Tina running off and coming back with like a ham. Some bloke's leg. Why not? I like the idea. Sorry folks, this one's been a bit more rambling than normal. I don't know where I'm going with any of this. Talk to me. Come and talk to a tramp. Give me some topics. Let me espouse my views. Let me, you know. Oh shit, I never watch a Big Clive clip VOD. I should have, sorry folks, I didn't silence the, I didn't do the do not disturb thing, sorry. I assume Clive's just finished. Watch a Big Clive clip, VOD or stream, what does it say, in the next 24 hours to save it. Okay. So Clive's just, I'm guessing Clive's just finished. Jack Attack commented, Random Clive Twitch tonight, 10:10. That would be UK time, 11:10 my time. Yeah. Clive not live. Probably not now, no. He's working. He's a he's a busy chap. When they do the Edinburgh tattoo, so big. He's called Big Clive for a reason. He's a big bloke, tall and he's one of those guys that you just look at and he's just big. Jack Attack himself is a big bloke, I'm told. Jack Attack's not a little. But when Clive's working, because of his bulk, because of his size, height, he's kind of expected to do an unfair share of the load off, the unloading of wagons. When they're handballing all the equipment off the back of a wagon, Clive not live for a month. So, okay, I think you're possibly looking at Big Clive live on YouTube, which he got into trouble for. I've said about him putting his beard through a funnel and burning the bottom. That was his way of, that was his way of trimming his beard. He did that and he got in trouble. Now, he has his main channel with over 1 million subscribers. That's bigclive.com. Dot spelt out. Big Clive, DOTCOM. Bigclive.com. Then he has Big Clive Live, which he started, I think, during COVID. A place for people to just hang out, like this is like TrampCast Hangouts are compared to the original TrampCast. It's just a place to hang out. A bunch of blokes down the pub, some women. Liz Edwards with her fire fetish is a standout. Hi Liz, if you're out there. And but it gets a little bit raucous. So for anyone who doesn't know, Clive is like as bent as a 9-bob note. He's very, very gay, but he's big and gay. That's what's called a bear. He's not a flouncy, he's not a John Inman gay. I'm free. He's not that gay. He's a butch gay, I guess is the best way you can put. I'm probably offending all my gay friends. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to explain to the people. But his stream can get a little bit raucous at times. People talking about, dildos and vibrators, and because he's an electronics guy, he takes things apart. Fanny Flambeau basically set fire to a sex doll. And there's things with there have been things with vibrators and what's that thing called? It's like a torch, but you stick your dick in it. It's a vibrator for men. It's just something light. Fran light. That's not right, because there's a YouTube channel called Fran. The fuck's that called? Anyway, the problem is he's got 2 channels that are tied to the same account, and if he does something drastic on the one, he could get like banned entirely. And he's got 1 million. If you've got 1 million, let me explain the mechanics, the money situation with YouTube. For every 1,000 people who watch a video, you can make between $1 and $5. You call it £1 and £5. If you've got the right audience, enough people, and if they buy, and if there's a product match, and if you're the right kind of channel. So you've got 1 million subscribers. Let's say you're gonna get 250,000 people watching a video that you put out. I'll go with 200,000 because the numbers are easier. Okay? That's 200 times, whether it's $1 or $5, £1 or £5. 200 times, it's basically 1,000 up to up to £1,000 per video if you get enough viewers watching it. And it could all be jeopardized because you did something stupid on a video, burning your beard. He's done other things where there was this trend for people to take the magnetron out of their an old mic. If you've got a bust microwave, you take these things and these things get supercharged and will output the electric and scorch a pattern on wood. And there was a trend of people doing this, except if you don't know what you're doing and you get it wrong, you end up dead. The elements within a microwave oven are deadly if you get it wrong. And everyone's doing this fucking YouTube fad of basically using pocket lightning to make nice fractal pictures on a piece of wood. But about twice a week, someone dies. And Clive did a video saying, don't do that. You don't know what you're doing. If you get this wrong, you're going to die. So he did this safety video, and YouTube said, oh, this is one of those videos recommending people do this thing that's deadly. And he got kind of a strike against his account, even though he was doing exactly the opposite. He was saying, don't do this thing, and here's why. But YouTube's automated, it's AI, so his account was at risk, and then he did this thing with his beard in the funnel, and he burnt it to cut it off. Even though Turkish barbers are sticking lighters up people's noses and in their ears and doing all that. But he was risking his livelihood. His livelihood is his 1 million follower channel. Do a video and make, $1 grand, $5 grand, $10 grand, whatever it might be, depending on how popular the video is. But his account was in jeopardy because of the Saturday night shenanigans. So he moved across to Twitch. Big Clive Live, he's now bigclive.com on Twitch, and that's where the shenanigans happens. That's where the fruity stuff happens now, away from YouTube, so YouTube can't bitch. This is a problem YouTube have. They're creating their own opposition. They're empowering their competitors. Yeah. So Clive, he had to be careful about not losing his main channel, his main livelihood on YouTube. But once a year, I think only once a year, he does proper real work. And he is still in demand to go and do the electrics and the lighting at the Edinburgh Tattoo. I'm scrolling backwards to see how Clive not live. Okay, I saw that. Clive not live for 1 month. Big Clive not live 2 months unless not on YouTube. Yeah, no, Big Clive live is on Twitch. Yeah, because he got in trouble on YouTube and had to move away. So bigclive.com, where .com is the words D-O-T. So BIGCLIVE.DOTCOM over on Twitch. That's his live stuff. But you've got to go to Twitch. It's not YouTube. Bigclive.com is his main channel. I think he's got 1.3 million subs. I got to confirm that. I might be talking out of my posterior as usual. Hold on. I can either ask Google or I can just go. Let me just go to YouTube. There's YouTube. Quickest way to Big Clive? Search, maybe? Unless he's done a bigclive.com. Big Clive, no, not Big Clive Live. Bigclive.com, 1.12 million, so 1,120, no, 1,120,000 subs. There's bigclive.com, there's Big Clive Live. Yeah, and he's removed most of his videos from there. He only shows 2 videos, apparently. Because it was jeopardizing his livelihood. Guy's got to watch out for his income, for his, you got to keep the pennies rolling in, otherwise you're doomed. So with 1 million subs, he potentially you get so many dollars per 1,000 views. So he's got 1,000. I mean, that's what 1 million is, isn't it? It's 1,000. So he could get 1,000 times 5 for a video, 5,000. If a video goes viral, you get even more. But yeah, he can make hundreds or potentially thousands with a good video. Yeah, all power to him. I mean, I'm a tramp living in a field. I'm not even monetized. I qualify for monetization, but I can't give them my tax numbers, so I don't get anything. Per plastic packaging is toxic. I ate Twix. It was stinking of plastic. That's a shame, Jasper. I did used to love a Twix. When I worked at Customs and Excise and the lady came around with a trolley twice a day. Twix and a can of Coke. Man, I was packing on the weight. Twice a day, I'd get a Twix, can of Coke, and sometimes a bag of, was it McCoy's crisps? No, not McCoy's. They were kettle chips. They were big and thick with lots of flavouring caked on them. It could have been McCoy's. I'm not sure. Twice a day, though. On top of dinner. So there's a canteen at work. There was a canteen at Customs. And, oh man, the curry on a Thursday. With the broccoli and the cauliflower and... Oh, I loved... Friday was fish day. Friday I would have a flat fish. Usually a flat fish like a breaded place. Sometimes a battered fish, but mainly breaded. I was cultured. I didn't want to be an oink. Fish and chips. A breaded place. But when you've got your normal meal, you've got normal break, and then you've got the woman who comes around with a brake trolley, and twice a day, a Twix, a can of Coke, a pack of crisps. Oh fuck, man, I was packing it on. Really, I was. I don't have Twitch. Does Twitch allow? Yeah, Twitch is a lot more liberal than YouTube. Even then, oh god, we could go into the whole Hassan Piker thing, couldn't we? They allow fucking terrorist supporting scum. Yeah, let's not get into the whole Asmongold versus Hassan Piker. You can just go to the website. Twitch, I assume twitch.com. Or you can do the app. You need to set up an account either way. Oh well. I've been on less than 2.5 hours and I'm failing. The last hour's only been Jasper, has it? Who else is here? There's nobody else here. Come and say hello, folks. Andy and Gary were here. 42. Good God, that's 40 minutes ago. 3/4 of an hour ago, there were other people here, but beyond that, it's just me and Jasper. I might as well just set up a Zoom call. Just me and Jasper. We don't need the rest of you. It's just the two of us. Come and say hello, folks. If you're lurking, if you're out there, just come and say hi. Just let me know that there is somebody else out there. Hit that thumbs up. I always like to hit 20, and we're nowhere near 20 thumbs ups today. I don't think we've had any donations today. Your streak just broke. Uh-oh. Now I'm being told off by Twitch. Twitch doesn't like the fact that I didn't watch enough. Click that. I have to watch something in the next 24 hours, otherwise Twitch is not happy with me. My last messages before that was from Jack Attack. Okay. Alright, folks. I don't have Twitch, just Twitch allow profanity. Yes, if you want profanity. I'm not a big... I mean, you know I do swear. Well, I do more than swear, don't I? I say the words, all the words. I had a big rant yesterday about saying the N-word. I don't glory in it. I don't, you know what I mean? It's just about the freedom. Are you allowed to say a word? So I say it to protect the right to say it. Don't use it. Don't call people it. But I don't like the fact that there's an in-group and an out-group. One group are allowed to call each other it, but I'm not allowed to use the word. I don't like that. Words are just words. So profanity, yeah. I swear, I mean, it's normal language. It's, you stub your toe. Are you going to say, oh, gosh, gone? Or are you going to say, fuck, that hurt? Fuck, oh, fuck. I'm that guy. I use the words. Sometimes it's all the words. Some people fall out with me over it. Some people unsubscribe over it. Some people unsubscribe and send me emails telling me that they've unsubscribed and why they've unsubscribed. And I just like, fuck it, I don't care. You don't like the fact that I say fuck or that I say nigger, and then now you've unsubscribed. What do you want me to do? Cry? Fuck. Now, do I call people those words? Not typically. But I reserve the right to use those words. It's language. It's just verbiage. It's just words. I had the big rant yesterday, so I'm not going to recapitulate. I'm not going to recap the whole fucking story now. But, yeah. All the words. Someone one day will do a montage. If somebody, like, so if I'm doing 4, 5, 6 hour streams, if someone wants to pick through for the one time that I say nigger, and pick them out and build a whole, like a 5-minute video of me saying the words, good on them. All power to them. Let them put that on their channel and they can get the money for it. I don't care. It's just words. Don't get your knickers in a bunch. Don't get your knickers in a twist. That would be the English. America is knickers in a bunch. I like to translate for my American audience. So when we talk about the bonnet of a car, that's the hood. When we talk about the boot, that's the trunk. And I, you know, I try and accommodate their, what would be the word? Their ineloquence. The fact that they have different words for things. Hold on. I'm scrolling. I don't have to. Okay. Elon Musk. Jasper. Hold on. Now it's gone back about an hour. Stop it. Stop. Will Elon Musk buy other social media channels so freedom of speech comes back? Oh, there's an interesting take. Some people think that the world's got worse since Elon bought Twitter. I thought that all social media had gone very, very left-wing and was all under the control of government. And then Elon came along, bought Twitter, X as it now is sometimes referred to, and I think that re-established, it gave a voice to the right wing, not the far right. There is, people who talk about the far right are all talking out their asses. There is no far right. There are no virtual, I mean there are, they do, the neo-Nazis do exist, but they're a vanishingly small 1% of 1% of 1%. It's like one person in a million. Out of the entirety of America, 330 million people, there's probably 300 neo-Nazis. I mean, they're a vanishingly small percentage. And yet the media's gone along with this, he's far right, he's far right. There's the left, there's the moderates in the middle, and there's the right. You can be on the right wing and not be embarrassed. You're not far right, you're not a neo-Nazi. I personally view myself as left wing. Arthur Scargill fan back in the day. Michael Foot, I didn't really like, but I was Labour. I was Labour through and through. And somewhere the lefters, they lurched left. And if you're not left, you're far right. So now I'm a neo-Nazi, racist, misogynist, transphobic, whatever. You know. Do I want to see kids being read stories by men wearing dresses pretending to be women? No. Most men who do that, it's a fetish. Under that dress, he's got a hard on because he's got stockings and suspenders and a basque and I don't know, all the other accoutrements. He's having a gay old time in front of children. I don't like that. That's weird. It's a fetish. I'm not saying for all, for most, it's a fetish. Sex and children have no, other than sex producing children, they don't belong in the same sentence. You know what I mean? Other than the fact that a lady gets pregnant because sex, other than that, a man getting his rocks off because he's wearing tights and or you know, stockings and suspenders. If he's in a room with a hard on and there are children in the room, I don't want that. That's not. But I'm now transphobic, sexist, misogynist. I'm all the ists and all the phobes. And okay, you want to call me that, I'll just say yeah, whatever. Now I'll be racist then. Now I will say the fucking words, all the words. If you're going to accuse me of it, I might as well be, what's the old phrase? I might as well be hung for a sheep as a lamb. Is that the phrase? If you're going to accuse me of one thing, I might as well do the bigger thing. I'm out either way. Scrolling, being down a Selena Scott rabbit hole. Who was that? That was Marie. Been down a Selena Scott rabbit hole. I thought she was famously gay. Oh no, I never thought that. Oh, I hope not. That'd be a waste. Turns out she says either outright no or mind your own business. All the forums say she was in a relationship with Drone Armor Trading. Really? I didn't know that. Marie loves the celebrity gossip. Okay. Selena Scott and Drone Armor Trading. I would have never put those two. How would they have even met? The clothes show, maybe, when she was with when Jeff Banks was presenting. Who was that other lady that Couric, Katie Couric, Katie Puric, Katie? Was that was that the clothes show, or was that the word? Katie Puric. Who's that? I got a thing that, oh man, now you've set me off. I've half remembered a name. Get out of YouTube and be Clive. Who's Katie Puric? How am I spelling Katie? Is it a Y or is it an IE? I'm going to go IE. Puric. P-U-R-I-C. Couric. Is it? I don't think that's who I'm thinking of. She was either the clothes show or the word. That doesn't look like who I'm thinking of. Caitlin Puric. No, I don't think so. Does anyone remember? She had kind of dark hair. She was a bit goofy looking. If I type clothes show, and if it's not that, I'll type the word. Katie Puric with double C. No, that's online. Hold on. No, that's the one I was just looking at. I don't want to log into I don't know anything about Instagram. I don't do Instagram. Scantily clad woman. I don't object to that, but I don't think that's who I'm looking for. Let me type the word. Puric or Curic? The word. What was he called? The bloke that was on the word. That's the same one that I was there with dark hair. Is that you? Maybe that's you. No. No. Have I invented a person who doesn't exist? Curic or Puric? And was it Fast Show or was it the word? Mark, what was he called? The presenter on the word. Mark Lamar, the word. Mark Lamar. That's right. That's right. I remember Mark Lamar with the quiff thing. There's that woman. That's her. But it's not going to name her. The word co-stars. Hold on. Co-stars. Let's type that. Mark Lamar co-stars. Danny Bear, Amanda de Cadenet. No, that's not who I'm thinking of. Danny Bear. Katie Pukrick. Fuck, how are we spelling that? I've gone off on one, folks. Sorry. I do apologise. Pukrick, not Kurick or Purick. Pukrick. Can I copy that and can I do a search? Fuck. I've gone off. I'm American broadcaster. Pukrick. Oh man, she hit the wall. Oh, that's not. Okay. I'm being sexist again. I apologize, ladies. She is not a good looking. She hasn't aged out well. Says him. I mean, you know, look at this. I mean, I can talk. Katie Puckrick is an American broadcaster newspaper columnist born in Virginia. Puckrick is best known for hosting British youth magazine shows The Word and The Sunday Show. So it wasn't the clothes show, it was the Sunday Show. She also created ... ellipsis, I have to go to Wikipedia. She also created and hosted the British television talk show The Pajama Party, and subsequently its American remake, Pajama Party. Oh, spelled differently. Pajama rather than pajama. She runs a fragrance-themed YouTube series and blog called Katie Puckrick Smells. Okay. She also co-hosts a history podcast, We Didn't Start the Fire, with Tom Fordyce. I don't know who that is, but... All right, I've scratched my itch. I researched. There was a name. Oh, look at this. Can you see that? No, you can't. No, you still can't. Where is it? It's here. Yeah, no, I got a mozzie bite that seems to have reacted quite badly. Most of my mosquito bites don't come up. Sometimes it's just a little welt. That's a big old lump. I don't normally get that. That must be something different. A different breed of mosquito. Maybe a different type of fly and not a mosquito. Maybe a spider bite. I don't know. Scrolling. Is there any there's no scroll. Oh, hold on. Don't like, Terry Christian. Yeah, he's very left, isn't he? He's very, very, very extreme. I mean, he's a champagne socialist wank. Okay, Murray. I thought I was the one with the words. I thought I said all the words. That's my job, not your job. You're not allowed. You're supposed to come and watch me say the words. Okay, folks, I'm glad it's not just me and Jasper. Marie has arrived. What was that with Monster? Okay. Oh, Keith. Hello, Keith. I didn't see you there, mate. I'm glad I scrolled back. Katie Puckrick. You got there before me, Marie. Sorry. Girly show. I don't remember that. I guess I should scroll back a little bit more. Been down the Selena Scott rabbit hole. Okay, that's where I left off. That's where I lost myself. Love all the gossip. Early 2000s UK, as I said. TTO girl. She's very curvaceous. I got kicked out of supermarket and treated like a criminal. Oh, you said to a girl she was very curvaceous. Yeah, you got to be careful what you say nowadays. Isn't it? Oh, God, you see these women on YouTube. Why do men not approach me and ask me out or ask me for my number? And you look back 6 months ago and the same girl is saying, some creep just came up to me and asked me for my number. How dare they? It's that, isn't it? If they don't fancy you, you're a creep. If they fancy you, you should have asked for my number. And it's down to the man to decide whether to make the approach, whether to get called a creep, whether to risk getting called a creep. Yeah, no, I don't know, folks. I can't help you. I was never any good with the ladies. I got lucky that I found one fairly early in life and stabilized. I can't get my... All right, reminds me of my teenage years. I couldn't get it in. Shush. You're telling your own jokes now. Yeah, no, I was kind of a late starter with the ladies. Nobody wanted me, and then I found one, and we had 20 years or so together. 16 of which were married. Yeah. So I never went through all of that. I didn't have that kind of many years of dating. I had years where no one was interested in me, and then I had this little period where there was a few people interested, and then the one, and that was that. And since then, there's only been one. And that didn't last long. Poor little tramp. Don't be feeling sorry for me. The Word, Terry Christian, he did host it, but Mark Lamar was a co-host and maybe took over if the other one left. Champagne Socialist. Frightened to ask for cake now. What? To be fair, Lamar was. I liked. Yeah, Mike Lamar. Yeah. Mike Lamar shooting. Yeah, he was the. Never mind the. Yeah, shooting stars and never mind the bus cops. Yeah, he was. I didn't hate him. I didn't dislike Terry Christian when he was on TV. It's only since it is like if you stumble upon him on Twitter now, he's a radical lefty, and it's that thing, isn't it? People with money telling you that you should be happy to not have money. It's in the same category as Hassan Piker, really, for me, if you know who that is. The multi-millionaires or the sons or daughters, you know, the people who've only got there because family or some circumstance, and then they're trying to tell you how you should live your life or what you should think, and you're like, fucking, you've got no idea, mate. I'm living in a field with fucking cats and rats and mice, and I'm being told what I should think by some multi-millionaire. Just no. I'm gonna scroll forward. Oh, there's nowhere to scroll. All these young people are bastardizing words now. Cake means a vulgar word, does it? I don't know any alternate meaning for cake. For me, cake is... Where are we going to go? Flour, milk or cream, egg and sugar. And then whatever flavouring you want to go. You want to go vanilla, you want to go chocolate, you want to go whatever. And it's that baked. Stick it in a cake tin, stick it in an oven. It helps if you've got some greaseproof paper or parchment. Cake. Famously, it was a drug on brass. Something brass. Cake. Brass eye. Was it called brass eye? I think it was called brass eye. When they embarrassed all the rich people by getting them to join the cause. Cake is a drug. People are eating cake and it's terrible. And this elephant got its trunk stuck its own anus because cake. Something like that. I don't remember all the details. Brass eye. Chris, what was he called? Chris. I don't remember. I got to look it up now. I can't, you know me, I can't leave myself not knowing something. This is why you come here, for the education. Chris Brass Eye. Brass Eye. Morris. Chris Morris, is it? Okay. That's him. That was 1997. Oh, fucking hell. I'm old. Wasn't it also the start of not Alan Bastard, the other guy? Ha ha! What's he called? Can you get there before me? Aha! Steve Coogan. The character was Alan Partridge. He was the sports presenter on Brass Eye. I think that was his start on Brass Eye. He'd been on other shows as Paul Calf, Bag of Shite. God, me and the missus got into bed and we had a portable TV in the bedroom. And that's got to be like 1993, 1994. Bag of Shite, Paul Calf with not Tony, what's he called? I can see him and I can't name him. What the fuck is happening to me? Hey Luke. Yeah, all good, my friend, all good. I'm just having a bit of a brain fart while I'm trying to remember the name of a really famous British TV presenter. Jonathan Ross. He did a Friday night show with Bag of Shite. Hold on. Jonathan Ross. 90s TV show. Friday, it was either Friday or Saturday. Fairly sure it was Friday. Friday with Bag of Shite. Paul Calf. I know Paul Calf's a character, not a... Excuse me. Saturday Zoo. Okay, Saturday night then with Jonathan Ross. It wasn't Friday. Saturday Zoo. Paul and Pauline Calf, that's right. Bag of Shite. Saturday, I didn't know it was Saturday. My memory was Friday, but you see how these things are, folks. Memory's malleable. You misremember stuff all the time. That's a big part of the, what do they call that effect? The Mandela effect. A big part of that is just you misremembering shit. But also, the Large Hadron Collider has caused me to jump between different fucking planets. Some things were one way and now history says no, they were never that way, they're the other. Are you misremembering? Or have you jumped between realities? Some things I just remember as absolutely a certain way. And now I'm told just not. Don't believe your lying eyes. George Orwell, 1980. Was it 1984 or was it Animal Farm? I think that was the closing lines of 1984. Don't believe your lying eyes. Just because you saw it doesn't make it real. You've got it wrong. Thumbs up, folks. Come on. I've still only got 9 thumbs ups. Coogan and Courtney Love was the most random relationship. Oh, I didn't know about that one. How the flip did they meet? I didn't know they had. Hold on, Courtney Love. Is she the same Courtney that was with the Nirvana guy? Kurt Cobain. Is Is that the same girl? I'm not big on celebrity gossip. I don't know. Russell Brand and Jonathan Ross. That was the what was that called? The where they called Manuel and said, "Ha ha, I fucked your granddaughter," or whatever that was. That was a little bit crass, wasn't it? That's a little bit crass. Don't do that. Don't do that. You know, even if you have had a nice time with somebody's daughter or granddaughter, you don't. If I say rub their face in it, that sounds even worse, doesn't it? All right, you've had an interesting experience. Keep it to yourself. Don't. Ha ha! I fucked your granddaughter. No. I'm assuming drink and drugs were involved in the thought process. No normal, sane, sober person would act so crassly. Is crassly a word? Would act so crass. Yeah, no, don't do that. Don't do that, guys. That's not nice. Andrew Sack's daughter was assaulted by Russell Brand. Insulted, I would have said. I don't think it was assaulted. They had a. I don't think it was a. Is she part of the allegations? I didn't know. I'm not sure about that. The whole Russell Brand thing has been going on for years and doesn't seem to be going anywhere. Is he actually going to get charged? That seems to have just disappeared. He's gone off. He was always like a spiritual person, but he's gone very religious now. Everyone claims religion once they're accused of something nasty. Oh, I found God. I'm not the same person I was. Blah blah blah. I don't mean to be too flippant. I am irreligious. I am a devout atheist. But I'm not against people that are religious, but it's funny how when people get accused of serious crimes, they suddenly become religious because a lot of judges are religious, and I guess you're going to be seen as more reliable, more devout, if you too claim to be religious like they are. I'm not a big fan of putting on a show for things. I tend to say, this is me, this is who I am, fucking like it or lump it. I don't put on a show. I wouldn't claim religion just because it would better my chances in court. Maybe I should have, back in the day. This aniseed spirit is absolutely gorgeous, folks. If you ever get a chance, go buy yourself one. What is it called? Was it Anna Marie? Anna with a single N, A-N-A, and I think it's Maria. It is, but the cursive writing is not great. So you know there's Tia Maria, which is basically Italian or Spanish for Auntie Mary. Auntie Mary had a canary up her trouser leg, I believe. Something like that. That's Tia Marie, just means Auntie Mary. This one's Anna Maria, where Anna is a single N, like I said. It would be an unusual spelling in most English-speaking countries, but I don't know about Spanish. But it's an aniseed liquor, not a liqueur. It is actually a spirit. 70%, sorry, 35% by volume, costs €7.50 for a litre in Spain. Giving it away, folks. How could I not? For the one time, we're in July and I've been to the supermarket for the first time this year. Second time I've been, the first time I've been and purchased. They weren't accepting cards the first time I went there. Their internet was down, the card machines were down. I had to abandon my purchase. But I went, was that yesterday? That was yesterday morning, Saturday morning. And I bought some alcohol. I know, I've just lost half the audience. Fucking alky bastard, blah, 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 blah. Andrew Sachs' daughter, assault by Ross. The granddaughter has forgiven Brand for that phone call, says he was always great with her and credits him with supporting her to get off drugs by paying for her rehab. Yeah, I wasn't aware of malicious allegations. I mean, I know Brand has been accused of stuff, but I didn't think it was the Andrew Sachs family connection. Maybe Jasper's got the wrong end of the stick on that one, or maybe there's just rumours going around. I don't know. Is Courtney? Have I got the right one? Courtney Love is the Kurt Cobain one, yeah. Have I got that right? That's my memory from 1994, 3. When did he die? Oh, you know now I've got to. You do this to me. You give me a tangent and I will go and fucking run with it. Do you think that I'm autistic? I've never been diagnosed, but I've wondered. No, let me, rather than typing Courtney, hold on. Rather than typing Courtney Love, Kurt Cobain, how are we spelling that? Kurt Cobain there, with a C-O-B. 1994, it was April 1994. When I heard, I was on a bus on my way to college. Let me explain for Americans. In Britain, you have school. There's like an extension to school called sixth form. You go to school, used to be called years 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 at high school. And then there was sixth form. Now we've renumbered all of the things and people go to like year 10 or 11 or something. Sixth form was the name of an extension beyond that. Then there's college of further education. That's not university. This is like a stepping stone in between school and university. Some people stay on in school and do sixth form, others leave school and go to college. And then there's university beyond that. It's all very complicated. I was on a bus to college. Yeah, you know, I said earlier, if you're here earlier, I said I was 3 times overqualified for university. You could have had this set of qualifications, that set of qualifications, or the other set of qualifications. I had all 3. I went 3 or 4 years later than most would, so I was a little bit older, but I had 3 times. So 1994, I was on a bus. My mate, hold on, I've got a picture of him in my head. I can picture him in his parka and his long blonde hair, and I can't remember his name. Hold on. He's a friend. I would consider him a friend. And my brain's just not working. I can picture him. Little weasel-faced fucking... He was big into that kind of music. It wasn't really my thing. Was it garage? Garage had appeared a few years earlier, and then it morphed into something else, and it was a different kind of music, but it was still called garage. I think that was them. What was he called? My friend. Why do I not remember my friend's name? God, that's embarrassing. I hate my mind sometimes. I'm going to get Alzheimer's. I know I'm going to get Alzheimer's. If I haven't already got it. What were you called, you little rat-faced fucker? I'll probably remember his girlfriend's name before I remember his. Fuck. It's not going to come. It's not going to come right now. 5 o'clock in the morning, his name will be front and fucking centre, and you know it. Little... If I say a weasel... If you ever saw this, and I'm calling him a little rat-faced or weasel-faced fucker. What was your name? Grunge. Was it Garage or was it Grunge? It was Grunge, wasn't it? Kurt Cobain, American musician, vocalist, lead vocalist, founding member of the grunge band Nirvana. Grunge, not Garage. I'm sure they're related genres, but died in '94. Courtney Love. That's who we were talking about before, yeah? With Steve Coogan. Courtney Love, not Courtney Cox. I'm scrolling. Courtney Love, yeah. Andrew Sachs, granddaughter forgiven. Granddaughter, I thought it was daughter, my mistake. Never been to sixth form. No, Jasper, I think you've said before you have some kind of thing against educated people. I'm surprised you watch me. Like I'm an oik, but I'm an educated oik. And most of it is self-educated. I learnt very little at school. I will tell you this now, I learnt nothing at university. I went there to get the ticket. I went there to get the certificate. I already knew I knew the knowledge, but sometimes you just have to plod through the fucking work just to get the paperwork. In 4 years at uni, one of them was in a place, we called it a placement. What do they call them nowadays? When you get a pretend job while you're at uni. Internship. Back then it was just called a work placement. So I did a 4-year degree. It was called a sandwich degree because you did this year out in industry and then you came back. You did 2 years, a year in industry, and then you came back to do your final year, your 3rd year at uni, but your 4th year of your degree. Sandwich year. Work placement or job placement. Nowadays they'd call it an internship, apparently. The only place I'd ever heard the word intern in the UK was nurses. Or junior, was it nurses or junior doctors? He's my intern. I remember being in hospital when I was like 10 years old or something. You know, I've said about my face. Yeah, I wasn't the best looking lad. I'm still not. Don't know if you've noticed. Despite the plastic surgery to make me look a little bit more presentable, I'm still not a good looking lad. Nearly 60 years old and calling myself lad. I don't know. I was never the best looking lad. I was never the good looking one. I didn't get the girls. Not easily. And because I'd had issues with my facial image, that affected my confidence, which made me even less likely to get the girls. A lot of guys have this bravado about them. I never had that. I didn't have the bravado because my confidence had been undermined because I was disfigured, deformed, whichever word you prefer. It's a major confidence boost, downer, undermined my confidence. And for a man for a young man, I think you need a little bit of confidence, a little bit of bravado, braggadocio, um, to get the girls. The girls look for the confident guy. It's not even about whether they're good looking or not, it's about their confidence. If you can stroll in, you know, Saturday Night Fever, all that. If you can do that and take the dance floor and strike a pose, you're more likely to get the girls than the shy, quiet guy sat in the corner. And that was me. I was the shy, quiet guy in the corner. I know it's difficult to believe, isn't it, when you look at this gorgeous hunk sat in front of you, scrolling. Once read tangents and rabbit holes are an ADHD trait, but it might be rubbish. Yeah, I never saw myself as ADHD, which didn't exist when I was a kid anyway. But I'm certainly not high. That whole I'm the opposite. I don't have get up and go. That whole hyperactivity disorder. I'm the opposite of hyperactive. If I can roll over and say fuck it, I'm just going to stay in bed today, I'll do that. But I do have this inquisitive. You've seen, you will have seen it in this stream today. I have a half a question. Yeah. What was that guy called? Well, what show was it? A Friday night thing or a Saturday night? Paul Coogan and Steve Coogan, Paul Calf. Got to know the answer. I got to get the answer. But I'm certainly not hyperactive. Now I ran marathons. I boxed. I wasn't against being active, but I am, in general, quite. Nowadays, I'm quite lethargic. At times I put that down to like a depressive state, a depression, and I think that might be a thing. My mum was a depressive. Well, she was a paranoid schizophrenic, but that's an entirely separate issue, I believe. I hope. Excuse me, I'm burping. Are we all right, Tina? You've managed to work your way right away from me, haven't you? I'm not sure if you've all seen Tina. It's been a while since I've shown her off. I will pimp my bitch. I mean that in a literal sense. She's a female dog. I'm not calling her names. I would never do that. Let's do this. All right, we start off there with some beer cans. The beer cans keep bouncing out of the bin. But hey Tina, you gonna say hello to Marie? Tina? Hey. Auntie Marie says hello. Tia Maria, if you're going to translate into Spanish. Hey, babe. She was over here, to begin with, she was over here, look, there's a water bowl, and she spilt the water here. But for a dog that can't move, she don't half manage to move sometimes. Hey, babe. No, she doesn't want to know, folks. Okay, I'm going to come back to you. Turn the lamp off. Turn the camera back to me. I tried. I did my part. I see Jeffrey Archer got a YouTube channel, did he? What was his book about the newspapers that I enjoyed? It was Robert Maxwell and Rupert Murdoch with the most thinnest veneer. I mean, it was totally obvious who he was talking about. Robert Maxwell, father of Ghislaine Maxwell of the Epstein Files fame, trafficker of sex slaves. I didn't know Jeffrey. I didn't know he's still alive. Is Jeff? We did. I looked up David Owen earlier, didn't I? Dr. David Owens. He's 88 or something. He's still going. Jeffrey Archer. Didn't know he was still You haven't got many left from the Thatcher eras. Thatcher, Jeffrey Archer. There he is. Jeffrey Howard. Everyone's got middle names. I don't have middle names. I'm just first name, last name. You have to know. I almost gave it away there. Baron Archer of Western Supermare. That's right. Jill Dando was Western Supermare as well, wasn't she? But he's Baron Archer of Western Supermare. English novelist, former politician, member of Parliament for Louth. Isn't that Lincolnshire? That's nowhere near. It's from 69 to 74. He was there a lot longer than that, but did not seek re-election after almost going bankrupt. Archer revived his fortunes as a novelist. Hold on. Revived his fortunes. His novel Cain and Abel, 1979, one of the best-selling books in the world. Estimated 34 million copies sold. I don't know that one. His books have sold more than 320 million copies. He's not aged well. He looks pretty rough. Member of the House of Lords, Lord Temporal. There are Lords Temporal, Lords Spiritual. So there's Lord Spiritual are crossbenchers. They're independent. Temporal means political. Well, it doesn't mean political, but for Louth, Lincolnshire, even though he lives in Western Supermare. Okay. How was he only a politician from 69 to 74? Why would I even know him? Am I going daft? He was a part of the Thatcher government in the 80s, yeah? What am I misremembering? Archer returned to politics, was deputy chairman of the Conservative Party from 85 to 86, resigned after a newspaper accused him of accepting money, accused him of paying money to a prostitute. In 87, he won a case and was awarded damages against them because of that claim. Wasn't it later found to be true and he had to pay the money back? Conservative candidate to be selected as Mayor of London. So he was chairman of the Conservative Party, but he wasn't actually an MP in the 80s. Really? Okay, in 1999, when he was standing to be Mayor of London, he had to resign because it emerged he'd lied in the 1987 case when he'd won the money. I thought that. Sentenced to 4 years imprisonment for perjury and perverting the course of justice, ending his active political career as released in early 2003. So I did kind of sort of remember it right. You know, I always kind of sort of remember shit right. Sometimes it's just locked away in here. I still don't know the name of the book. Hold on. What's the book about the media? That's not Cain and Abel. What's his book? Writing career. Not a penny more, not a penny less. No. Cain and Abel, 79. That's not it. See, there's a connection to Sam Neill there through a TV miniseries. Sam Neill just died the other week. What's the one about the media? That's not the Cain and Abel thing, is it? Hold on. I just want a list of his books. Jeffrey Archer books. Just give me a list. Hold on. List. I've got a bee in my bonnet. I'm not seeing. Is this one of those where a book's been released with different names in different countries? First among equals. I wonder. Endgame, no. Traitors. It's not the Cain and Abel one, is it? Mightier than the sword. That sounds like journalism. No, that's 2015. That's way too late. Sins of the Father. I got no idea. I've got an idea in my head, and I can't get there, and the names of the books aren't jumping out at me. Man, I love that. Oh, aniseed. I always loved aniseed balls as a kid. Sweets, before anybody gets kinky. ADHD. Tina says Marie with love hearts. Marie says, she says Tina with love hearts, but you didn't. I once read Tangents and Rabbit Holes are an ADHD trait. Okay, I think I reacted to that already, but it might be rubbish. Cain and Abel was a fantastic miniseries on TV in the 80s. He did go, yeah, not fraud, but perverting the course of justice and perjury. Yeah. So he paid a prostitute some money. For some reason, might not be to do with his actions, but he met her at it was the clock tower it wasn't Charing Cross. What's the other famous train station? There's a clock tower and prostitutes hang out there. He went and he paid off a prostitute. Then he was accused of paying them off. And then he sued the newspaper saying it was a false allegation, and he won. And then it turned out years later it was a true allegation, and he had to give the money back. And then he went to prison for a couple of years. Yeah. I'm in and out again. The Fourth Estate novel. Jack Attack. Hello, Jack. It's not the book I'm thinking of. Have I got the wrong author? So the book I'm thinking of was about Robert. I mean, it was so thinly disguised. It was Robert Maxwell and Rupert Murdoch, two kind of like robber barons. It starts with a kid in a village in fucking Bulgaria or Hungary or somewhere, and he's really good at languages. He listens to the people in the next village over. He's on the border. So over the next village over is a different country, different language. And he learns their language, and he learns their language, and he learns variations of language. And then the Second World War happens. I think the Second World War, rather than the First. I don't know. And he's really good at languages. And somehow he joins the British Army and makes up a made-up name. Makes up an identity for himself. Somewhere along the lines he gets contacts with Russian spies because languages and Eastern European, and there are allies in the war. And somehow he buys a newspaper and things expand from there and expand from there. So that's the not Murdoch, the other one. Who did I say? Maxwell. That's the Maxwell story. And then we cut to the other bloke, and we learn the life story of the other bloke. And these two kind of newspaper magnates, really thinly disguised. But I thought it was I thought it was Matey Boy that we were just talking about. Maybe it's the Cain and Abel. Maybe, I don't know. I didn't recognize the name. So I read this book and I don't. The Fourth Estate chronicles the life of two media barons, Richard Armstrong and Keith Townsend. I don't know. This guy, he joined the British Army, and he had a name that he'd made up, and it was kind of comical to everyone he ever met, and he didn't understand why, because he didn't understand British humour, and so he had to make himself a new name, and that's where I don't know. I feel like I'm a retard for not remembering the book. When you read a book, you should remember the name of a fucking book. I didn't think I was going to like it because it was written by Matey Boy. I don't even remember who we're talking about. What's his name? Fuck. I got to do it again, haven't I? Lord Baron, what was he? Baron of Western Supermare. Jeffrey Archer, yeah. Talk to me about Cain and Abel. Tell me about that. Hold on. Sounds religious rather than media. Okay, I don't want to know about your cookie policy. Adam and Eve, Cain and Abel. Cain and Abel the musical? I don't think so. No, none of this sounds right. I'm not. Have I got the wrong author? I haven't got the wrong fucking author. I read the book. Lubyahoch, the son of an illiterate Czech Jewish peasant, escapes the Nazis, changes his name to Richard Armstrong, becomes a decorated British Army officer. That sounds like the beginning of a look up Fourth Estate. I mean, Fourth Estate is the media, isn't it? The three estates, what are they? What are the first three estates? It's Parliament, Judiciary, Police, maybe? And then you say the Fourth Estate. Hold on, was one of them Crown? Is it the Crown? I don't think it's the Crown. I think it's Parliament, the Judiciary, and the Police. I think are the three estates. And then media is said to be the Fourth Estate because it's supposed to keep an eye on the rest. YouTuber Stephanie Harlow has just done a great deep dive on Maxwell if you're interested. I'm always interested. In particular because was his body ever found? He supposedly fell off a yacht in the middle of the night while he was about to go bankrupt. When I worked in Chelsea Harbour in London in 1989, all the Maxwells were there. The two brothers had apartments in Chelsea Harbour, and the sister, Ghislaine, however you want to pronounce it, visited. I saw her. I've never met her, but I saw her, like 30 yards or the other side of the road and walking down to go visit them. They had apartments in a block. I don't remember the names of the blocks. I only remember the Belvedere Tower. And what was the Market Garden building called in Chelsea Harbour? Obviously not Covent Market Garden. Something Market Garden. Crystal? No. Anyway, opposite was it called the Chambers? The main building was called the Chambers, I think. Opposite there, off to the right, there was an entranceway to a underground garage. And they had all these motorbikes. They had this car and bike collection under that building. And so they had, I don't know whether they shared one apartment or if they had apartments each. And then she visited them. Yeah. He was given a state funeral in Israel on the Mount of Olives. Was he really? Book is based on the real-life media barons Robert Maxwell and Rupert Murdoch. Okay, so that's the Fourth Estate, yeah? So that must be the one that I've read. Hold on, it's jumping. Chat is jumping. The Fourth Estate is a 1996 novel by Jeffrey Archer. I read that here in the field, in the tent. Tramp. I'm doing my literary. It wasn't. I'll be honest. It's not high. You know what I mean? It's not. It's not an elevated type of writing. I mean, it's a story. You read it. It was compelling. It's not high literature. It's not. It's not Homer. It's not. You know what I mean? It's not the Odyssey or the Iliad by the other guy. Who did the Iliad? Homer did the Odyssey. The Iliad. It's 3,000 years ago. Who fucking knows who wrote it? I want to know now. I can't ask a question and not get a fucking answer. Iliad. Hold on. I must know. So one was the story about how they went to war, and the other was the story of how he gets back from the war. Iliad. Oh, it was Homer as well, was it? I thought it was a different writer. I thought one had done the one, and I thought someone else had taken it up to do the other. I was wrong. Obviously, I was wrong. They were both Homer. The poem is divided into 24 books. I think we can call those chapters, really, no? It was written in dactylic hexameter. Well, hexameter is going to be a 6. Those are going to be 6-line verses. Dactylic. That's dactyli's finger, isn't it? What does dactylic mean? I gotta... Fuck. Here we go. We're down the... We're off down a fucking define dactylic. Have a meter made of dactyls, which are word parts with 1 strong beat and 2 weak beats. What? I've read the sentence and I still don't know what it means. Dactylic means having a meter, so that's the pacing of words. A meter made of dactyls. Word parts with 1 strong beat and 2 weak beats. So we're talking like 3-syllable words where 1 syllable is really strong? Are syllables and beats similar? Key features include a long sound followed by 2 short sounds used in classic poetry. Give me an example. The dactyl foot, 1 strong sound and 2 weak sounds, like the word poetry. Poetry. You got the longer or stronger and then the 2 poetry. Rhythm patterns. Sounds like a galloping horse. Dum da da, dum da da, da da da. Poetry. Da da da. Used in old epic poems like Homer's Iliad. Word examples: green apple, or merrily, green apple. That's not even a word. At merrily, a rolling or flowing beat to the poem. So why does it sound like finger? Dactyl, pterodactyl, dactyl. I gotta know more. I got to know more. That it's drilling away. Dactylic. Oh, hexameter I didn't look up either, did I? Hexameter. Hex. Is that 6 or 7? Hexagon. 6, right? 6. Define dactyl. Okay, I gotta click here. It offered it. A poic meter with 6 units, feet per line. where each foot uses a long sound followed by the toe. Fucking hell. Who thought poetry was so complicated? There was a young lady from Ealing, had a peculiar feeling. Dactylic hexameter. The fuck? Alright. What was I needed to look something else up. What was I going to look up? It wasn't the dactylic hexameter. It was why dactyl. It was why dactyl means these three. Does your finger typically has 3 bones, yeah? Is it to do with that? Right, hold on. Dactylic connection to finger. I need I'm not making this shit up. Dactyl means finger. I'm sure it does. The word dactylic connects directly to a finger because it comes from the ancient Greek word dactylos, meaning finger or toe. In both poetry and anatomy, the root describes units of structure with a 3-part joint pattern. There! I did not make shit up. It was in there! I didn't know it, but I knew that I knew it. I astound myself sometimes. For a fucking tramp in a field, this guy knows his shit. The reason that dactylic resembles finger is because it means finger. And it's because there are 3 bones, 2 joints. But there you go! The 4th estate. Has nobody mentioned anything since the 4th estate, or has chat frozen on me? I'm going to go top chat, back to live chat. No, nobody's talked to me. Okay, I must have bored you all stupid with my... I've run off on one with my earworm and dactylic hexameter, not pentameter. That's more common in poetry, I believe, a pentameter. But a dactylic hexameter. Fuck, I don't know. I didn't know that poetry could be so complicated, and now I've got a hair in my mouth. I don't know where it's come from. See, normally I would be finishing about now, wouldn't I? If I'd started at 10 o'clock like I should have, we'd be about wrapped up. But I started at 11, so we're only 3 3/4 hours in. It wasn't because I was lazy. I lost my glasses. And despite owning about 6 other pairs of glasses, I could find none. I've got to go on a real voyage of discovery tomorrow to find out where the fuck my glasses are. I bought a 3-pack from Temu, and most of the things from Temu are still in this box, still in the bag. But I'm fairly sure I took the glasses out. I thought I'd put them in my go bin. It's like your go bag. If you're a prepper, you have a go bag. I have a go bin. But I couldn't find the glasses. And if they weren't there, I thought they'll be in my utility drawer. They'll be in my useful drawer where all the useful stuff goes. The duct tape and the scissors and things. I can't find my duct tape or my scissors at the minute either. Shut up. All right? I will get organised eventually. Just fucking leave me alone. I can't find my glasses. I can't find my duct tape or my scissors. My tent's just falling apart. But I'm all right. I'm all right, really. Oops, I just hurt my elbow. What can I do, folks? Nobody's talking to me. Talk to me, you bastard. Say something. Fucking hell. I can't carry this entire show on my own. I've got to get to 4 hours. If you don't get me to 4 hours, then you'll have to wait until fucking the day after tomorrow for the for the stream to. Oh, and Jack Attack, I don't think you were here, but I thanked you earlier for telling me about about the fact that I doxed that guy yesterday. I have now. Oops, I've just darkened the light. I've hidden yesterday's post until I can go in and edit out the bits that need editing out. I have privated the video. So thanks for that, mate. I guess in the heat of the moment, I kind of just read out his name, said, I've never heard of you, I don't know what you're talking about, but I mentioned his name, didn't I? And that wasn't my intention, so I apologise to him, I apologise to everybody else. I don't normally read out the names of donors. Like sometimes a first name and maybe an initial, or their screen name if I can tie. But I did dox a bloke yesterday, and that wasn't my intention. And thank you for pointing out the error of my ways. And I have, even though I had a really good stream and I really enjoyed last night, I didn't make it to 4 hours, but I have had to private it for the reasons stated previously. So thanks for telling me that. I wasn't sure what you're on about at first, but yeah, you're right. I should have privated it sooner. Okay. Warm beer? Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. I'm gonna do another 6-second poll. 1, 2, Googled 3, 4, 5, 6. Like I said earlier, in a bar they'll pour for 12 or 15 is a common. Here in Spain, if you get like a gin and tonic, you get your glass. It's like a goldfish bowl, and it's yay full. In England, you order a spirit. Britain, maybe. You order a spirit, and you can't see it in the bottom of the glass. If you get like a brandy in a brandy glass, the brandy is like it's smeared down the sides of the glass. You can't actually see. Excuse me. You can't actually see the brandy in the bottom of the glass. Here, they give you a fucking big goldfish bowl, and it's half full. You gotta love that. Not that I've had a drink in a bar in the last year. I haven't ever. The last time I had a drink in a bar, I got a pint of beer at Tweety's when Tina first got her chariot. When Tina first got her wheels. Back when Tina could still walk with her front legs. It's over a year ago. I then got all sorts of blisters and bites and got infected, and I've got these black blotches all over my legs still a year later. Still not fully recovered. Is that a digger? It is. Can I show you it as it goes past? No, I clicked the button, it didn't. Okay. It was too slow to change, it took 4 or 5 seconds. There was construction. There's a big kind of tipper truck thing that drives out into the sea and then dredges and pushes the sand back up on the beach. They do that basically every day. The beaches in Torrevieja are all false. There's no natural beaches here. Everything is stone. It's all, even the beaches are cliff tops. The beaches are solid, and then they bring in millions of tons of sand, and then they get a storm, and they just direct the water downhill towards the sea, and then it washes the sand away, and they go back to, every year they go to the government and ask for between 5 and 10 million to bring the sand back. Either bringing some new sand or to dredge the sea and push the sand back up. And the vehicle that just went past is part of that process. It's fake beaches, folks. Don't be sold a lie. There are no nice beaches in no natural nice beaches in Torrevieja. And after a storm, it all just washes away. You'll see sand, and you'll see this big. Actually, it's not the right word. A big. You'll see where the stream, where the river was, where the water came off the streets and washed through. And then you'll see the stone on the bottom. And then you'll see like about a foot of sand on top. But where the water actually ran out, the sand's gone. And you're seeing the underlying stone. Yeah. Nothing here is as it appears, as somebody once said. Jacques, Babylon 5. No one here is who they appear. You gotta love Babylon 5. Greatest TV program ever, I think. In my humble opinion, I honestly believe that to be the case. I love Star Trek. I love Stargate. But Babylon 5, folks. If you've never watched it, do yourself a favor. You got to stick with it until at least, well, it really gets going in season 2, but season 3 I think is kind of the climax. Well, technically season 4, series 4, however you want to word it. But it is the greatest show on earth, apart from that book. They call that, don't they call that the greatest story on earth, the greatest story of all time? You know that book. You know the one. I'm not going to name it. Oh, fuck. I got that wrong. Oh, boy. Oh, it got me. Oh. When you get spirits in your windpipe. Oh, wow. That's like the time we inhaled brandy. Oh, don't do that. I was breathing into it to warm it up and to get the vapors and to experience the full effect on honeymoon. And I had an involuntary spasm in my arm, and I threw the brandy up into my nose just as I was inhaling. I'd breathed out, and I was breathing in to take in the warm. So you breathe out over it to warm the brandy, create the vapors, and then inhale deeply to take those vapors, those warm vapors in, and experience the full effect. But I had an involuntary shake, and I inhaled deeply with liquid in my nostrils, and I would recommend against it. Yeah, don't do that. But I just did something similar there. Really, I can't believe no one's talking to me. Either nobody's here. Have I been disconnected? Is the world not here? The Fourth Estate is a 1996 novel by Jeffrey Archer. Now it says reconnecting, and now it says you are live. Have I been disconnected for like 20 minutes? No one's talked to me. Somebody post something just so that I know that you're out there. That was at 2:35, the last message. Just 20 minutes ago, folks. Nobody said anything for 20 minutes. That seems really unlikely. I know I'm not the most captivating speaker ever, but somebody say hello. I am just, okay, we're on 3 hours 49. Are we? Yeah, because I was about 5 minutes late starting. Well, I was an hour and 5 minutes late starting. I'm going to hold on to the 4-hour mark so that Google can do all that nice post-processing and live chat synchronization stuff that it does. I'd appreciate you if you hit the thumbs up if you're out there. We're just listening to your Twitter. Yeah, I mean, I know I ramble on and I go off on tangents and I'm a bit of a dick. Could be worse. I could be doing the testosterone stuff. Of which you're also enamored. Steer clear. Don't go down that route. Steer clear. It's usually Jasper takes me off down that line. Usually, not always. My beard is in. It's been about 3 weeks since I last trimmed it. I think I gotta go and I'm gonna get the hedge trimmers on it tomorrow. Take it off. I thought about. I do have a Mac. Is it a Mac 3 in there? And I've got all the blades. And they are stainless steel, so they haven't rusted. Unlike everything else it's supposed to not rust. But I do have an actual. And now that I've got the bowl and I've got the water, I'm short of wash. I've got to get some washing up liquid. I've got shaving foam in there somewhere in the TARDIS. I remember seeing some not long ago. I've got shaving foam and shampoo and all sorts of girly accoutrements. Fuck, I've got like sunscreen and after sun. I never use that stuff ever, but people keep bringing me them. I've thrown some away because I had so much. All this girly bathroomy stuff. I've never been a girl. I've never been a one for girly bathroom stuff. Even shaving foam's a bit. I could make do with like a block. I've got some imperial leather. I do. Karen did bring me. I got Karen to bring me some imperial leather out. I've still got blocks of imperial leather. That's about as girly as I get. I would wash my hair with washing up liquid, like fairy liquid. I did for years. I used to wash my shirts with fairy liquid. When I was a security guard in London, we were talking earlier about 1989 when I was in London at Chelsea Harbour. When that disaster happened, when that dredger, was it Marchioness? Was that the dredger or was that the boat that got buried by the dredger? And a few hundred people died. Marchioness disaster. I was on duty that night. That was a terrible night. Chelsea Harbour has a literal harbour from the Thames, and we were looking for dead bodies. We had a helicopter come down and land. Well, not land, but hover over the port, the harbour, whatever you want to call it. And we had the posh people. Oh, fucking Richie Rich came out of his fucking apartment. Do you mind? Do you know who I am? There's like 100 people dead in the Thames and they're looking for bodies. And we got this knob coming out shouting at the helicopter to shut up. Fucking rich people. It's your show. We're here to be entertained. Well, I try to entertain you. I mean, I prattle on. I go off on tangents. I don't know to what extent that I'm entertaining. Somebody just made a noise up on the main road. I might have to go and hit someone. I'm not sure. It sounded like someone's thrown a bottle or there was two people making a noise and then there was a clunk. It's not far away. People. I'm not a fan. Folks, become a tramp, live in a field. It's recommended. You don't want... The more that you have to do with people, the more you have to do with grief, with strife, with grievances, with... Don't do that. Live in a field. I highly recommend it. I can stand on the outside of society, wait for something to be wrong, and then I can interject and intervene if needed. And that's kind of how I prefer it. I had a lot more grief when I was actually a person. You know what I mean? When I was actually in amongst people, there'd be there'd be there'd be grievances. There'd be ongoing battles. There's always somebody doing something to someone, or somebody upset about someone. Oh God, I don't like that shit. Now I'm in a field. I'm a little bit exposed. I'm a little bit vulnerable. My dog isn't as healthy as she used to be, so she's not able to defend me the way she would have once upon a time. So I do listen out for trouble nearby. People used to stand at the top of the road there and smash the glass bus shelter and stuff. Just yobs on the way home from the pub or the nightclub. 3 and 4 in the morning, kicking shit out of the bus shelter. And occasionally you're awake at that time, you hear it, you go out and you tell them to fucking be on their way. And occasionally, like with the guy that was trying to break into the petrol station, occasionally you get dragged into something, don't you? A 2-hour stand-up, knockdown fist fight. I won every round. I know you know this, and I'm still proud of the fact. At my age, to be taking on someone who I think was in his 20s, and I won every round. I decked him, and I decked him, and I decked him. And I got down and put him in a chokehold, and I almost... I was only going to unconscious him. I wasn't going to finish the job, but I decided to let him go. Much to my detriment. I should have finished the job. I should have done the chokehold thing. I should have put him out. I should have made him unconscious, but I didn't. And he came back at me and came back at me and came back at me. Ooh, get you! My gran thought Imperial leather soap was right posh. It is, with the sticky little label. You got to keep the label on the centre top until you're at least halfway through the block and it comes up in the bath. Oh, Imperial leather. Better than coal tar. If anyone remembers coal tar soap, coal tar. It is literally what it says it is. You take coal and you put it in an airtight. You kind of burn it in the absence of. It's like making coke. You're not burning it, but you're extracting the gases and tar, liquids, gases and tars, and then somehow you take a black goop and you turn it into a soap. I don't know how. Shall we look at? We'll have to look up how. Hold on. Coal tar soap. Let's. I've asked myself a question. How is it made? Now I must know. I'm sure I've got the Asperger's or how is or is coal tar. Is it one word or two? I'm going to go with coal tar soap made. Here we go. Coal tar soap is made by blending a thick coal tar byproduct extracted by heating coal without oxygen. So it's like coke. It is like, I was on the right lines. Heating coal without oxygen into a saponified base of fats. I'm going to have to look at what saponified means. I know it's to do with soap. A saponified base of fats, oils, and lye. Lye is always involved in soap, isn't it? Lye, that's wood ash, potash. You take ash that's left after you burn wood, you put in water, and you soak it for a few days, and that water is lye Alkali, is that the derivation of alkali? Is that where alkali comes from? Alkali and alkaline. I got to ask myself a question now, haven't I? Hold on. I carry on here first. Ingredients and preparation: coal tar extract, a dark, heavy distillation byproduct rich in thousands of hydrocarbon compounds. So it's going to be a thick black goo. Why was coal tar soap not black? Interesting. Fats like sodium palmate, sodium cocoate, and shea butter mixed with water and sodium hydroxide. That's your lye. Additives: glycerin, vitamin E, and sometimes activated charcoal for color and texture. Have I gone deep enough on this, or do I need to delve further? There was something else I wanted to work, saponified. I wanted to look up that, didn't I? Let's go find out that. It probably just means soapiness. Saponified, define. Saponified means turned into soap, involving fats, strong bases, and chemical. The interesting thing, okay, here's the thing, folks. I've said before about what's the category of chemicals called? 1/2 sticks to water, 1/2 sticks to fats. It's all of your soaps and your washing up liquids and all of your cleansing agents, detergents. You want 1/2 to stick to fat, but you expect the fat to be like the oily stuff like on your skin or in your clothes that's from your skin. It's always kind of surprised me that a block of soap has a detergent and a fat. You're providing the stuff that you want to get rid of. I've never understood that. If a detergent sticks to water, 1/2 sticks to water, 1/2 sticks to fat, why does your detergent come with fat? You're bringing the thing that you want to get rid of. That's a bit weird. I've never, maybe there's somebody out there, maybe there's like a chemical engineer or someone, someone who's just intelligent can explain that shit to me. Saponified, though, it's a good word. I could tell it meant soap related. I mean, it wasn't that big a mystery. The red carbolic soap smelled the best. My mate wanted to eat it all the time when she was pregnant. Oh, people with cravings. My dog used to eat, Tina used to eat blocks of soap. Because it's that fat. I've never understood why a cleansing product that's job is to remove fat. You want the soap, so the detergent. 1/2 of the molecule sticks to water, 1/2 sticks to fat. And the fats are the oils on your body, and it's called what's it called? Not a biosphere, a biofilm. The dirt on your body, the bacteria, all lives in that thin layer of fat, of oil. You want to rinse away that biofilm, so you bring a detergent along that sticks to water and oil. But why does it come in a block of fat? That's as Toya Wilcox once said, it's a mystery. It's a mystery. I don't know. Red carbolic soap. Yeah, your mate used to eat the carbolic soap when she was pregnant. Okay, folks, I did make it past the 4-hour mark. I'm here. Does anybody want me to go long? Do you want me to do longer, or are we happy to call it quits here? It was kind of a struggle to get here. There wasn't many of you. Despite there being a few people here in theory, I've only had one at a time talking to me. It's like you're doing a tag team thing. Are people here? Who's here? Do roll call. I'm going to call roll call. Tell me you're here. Jack Attack was here not long ago. He did the cheer thing. I didn't see it at the time. I apologise, Jack. That was at the 55 mark. I didn't see that. We're just listening to your Twitter. Yeah, you know, I listened back. I said earlier, last night's stream I've watched back twice already today. I enjoyed listening to me. I'm like, this guy's quite good. I quite like him. I don't know how I do it because, you know, I'm just a twat in a field. Sorry, if you're American, I'm a twat in a field. I don't know how the A becomes an O in American, but that's... it is a little bit of a bugbear of mine. Have you ever heard them say that they put the kibosh on something? It's fucking kibosh. They're not kebabs, they're kebabs, you fucking idiot. Many other instances where A becomes O. And similar fucking... It's America. They don't know how to talk. We biscuit heads, as a scruff dog would call us. It's our language, mate. We make the rules. It's our language. Get out the way. Talk to me, people, or I might just call it quits now. I'm not in any rush to get away. If you want me to do an extra kind of quarter of an hour or half hour, I'm happy to do. I've made it to the 4-hour mark. When we do finish, Google will do the post-processing and the chat, what's it called? The live chat synchronization, the different resolutions will all be there within quarter of an hour. If you don't make it to 4 hours, it takes them like fucking 15 or 18 hours to get around. I'm a small channel, not many viewers, as you can obviously tell. I think my biggest audience in a while was yesterday when Scruff Dog raided. I had 30 people watching at one point. Prior to that, it's a month ago when I had 500 people watching at one point, when I got raided by Parasocial by Don Benitez. Cheers, Don. I've tried talking to him a few times, but I don't get far. Soap uses fat. Hold on. Soap uses fat because the fat changes during the making process into a new cleaning substance. Fat mixes with lye to create soap molecules. These new molecules have two different ends that grab both water and oily dirt. That's what that was my understanding of detergents in the first place. Yeah. The difference between a detergent and a surfactant. Can you explain that one, Jack? Get that one researched, you cunt. What's a surfactant? Oh, I don't have to ask you, mate. I'm sorry, I'm joking when I call you a cunt. You're race, but you know that I love you. Surfactant. What's a surfactant? We've got saponified, but what's a surfactant? Surfactant meaning. Okay. A surfactant is a chemical compound that lowers the surface tension between two liquids or a liquid and a solid, acting mainly as a detergent, wetting agent, or emulsifier. Okay, so it breaks surface tension. So that's the meniscus. That's a good word. I'm very mellifluent at times. Got to look up. I've just used a word I don't know. What does mellifluent mean? Hold on. Wait a minute now. We're going down the fucking rabbit hole. Mellifluent. Meaning. Oh, it's double L. Okay. Adjective that means sounding sweet, smooth and pleasing to the ear. That's me, isn't it? Means sounding sweet, smooth and pleasing to the ear, much like honey flowing. Or is that where the word comes from? Most often used to describe the person's voice, musical notes, or spoken words. Mellifluent. You see, I use the word. It's a big word. Sometimes I use big words. Is Jasper still out there? I use the words. I don't always just use the naughty words that you're not allowed to use. Sometimes I'll use the good words like mellifluent and meniscus. That's the, when you watch, if you put water in a cup, it has a straight line across. But if you look at the ends, the edges, it climbs upwards. Surface tension causes like a thin film almost across the top, a meniscus. Certain insects can just lay on the surface of water because the surface acts like a pseudo solid. It acts like a film on top of the water, and that's your meniscus. And a drop of detergent. If you put water into like a frying pan and you've got all the oil there, and it's all oily, one drop of washing up liquid, and that oil all separates. You've broken the meniscus, the surface tension. You've changed the properties. A detergent is the final consumer or industrial cleaning product. It contains one or more surfactants mixed with extra ingredients like enzymes, brighteners, and fragrances to do the actual cleaning. Scrolling back, surfactant is a single type of chemical molecule, lowers the water surface tension to lift grease and dirt. Scruff Dog said he can do raid again. You said no too long. Yeah, he was asked. He said, yeah, you could do. This could be a regular thing. So his show is often called like Live After Clive. So Big Clive does his thing, then Scruff Dog comes on live after Clive, and he said, I can go live after him. It could become a regular thing. But you've got to bear in mind, it's 2 o'clock in the morning when Scruff finishes. For me, here in Spain, it's 2 o'clock in the morning. If Clive's there, if there's an actual Clive show, if he's not starting at 10 o'clock, if he's starting at 11:30 and going on 1:30, 2 o'clock, do I want to commit to regularly doing 2 a.m. onwards? I can't, like, in all honesty, I can't commit to that as a regular thing. Sometimes yes, sometimes no, but I can't commit to it being an actual definite, unless I can get some sleep through the day, but I can't always, so it's awkward. Baking soda good on toilet, non-toxic. Baking soda has a lot of cleaning properties. Arm & Hammer, wasn't it? Toothpaste. Is it Arm & Hammer? Baking powder, baking soda. I think so. Toilet vinegar. You can just throw vinegar on the toilet as well. That's for removing something acidic to remove lime scale. Toilets and kettles and so forth. Yeah. Excuse me. And again. Oh boy. That's the. It's not this, is it? That I get an aniseed taste when I'm burping. I am sat here drinking raw spirits with no mixture, with no mixing. But I'm also, it's two-fisted drinking. There is a drink of beer here. I'm here, and it's warm. It was warm when I took it out of the fridge. The fridge isn't cold. Give me a second. I'm gonna drink this. I'm gonna go grab a beer, and I'll be back. There was a young girl from Madras who had an adorable ass, not rounded and pink as you probably think. It was grey, had long ears, and ate grass. Okay. The donkey thing, the mule type ass. Okay. What is an ass? Is that an actual animal, or is that crossbreed, an infertile crossbreed like a mule. Donkey and horse, isn't it? Wasn't it? My toilet got so dirty I would use smelly domestos. I used baking soda. You got me real okay. Folks, when you start messing with your toilet and you start pouring different chemicals down there, if like throw some hydrogen peroxide down, it doesn't quite have the effect. So then you throw some bleach down. The next thing you know, you're dying of some kind of chemical poisoning. You've got chlorine gas in your bathroom, or somebody. There'll be someone here who's more chemically minded than me, but you can if you mix your chemicals in the toilet, you can die. It's not me being hyperbolic. You can die. One chemical at a time in your toilet if you want to stay alive. Jack can probably clarify which are the chemicals to avoid. Bleach has, is it ammonia? NH3 maybe? But some of the other chemicals, your hydrogen peroxide and your other, you can easily mix the wrong chemicals and end up dead in your bathroom. I'm not joking. It is a thing. I don't know whether it would be sensible to list the things that you shouldn't mix, or if that would be giving people ideas. But it's a thing. Cola is great for cleaning. Hold on, it's jumping. Cola is great for cleaning loos. Just get the cheap roller cola. Yeah, pour it down there and leave it. If you can. Gentlemen of a certain age will struggle. If you pour it in last thing at night and then don't use the toilet overnight, you can, yeah, cola will do a thing. It's like for cleaning pennies, isn't it? If you put your brown 2p piece or 1p piece, and in the morning they'll be shiny, bright, cupro nickel. Yeah, cola. They use it in medicine. So some people who there's an addictive personality, people will like pluck certain hairs and swallow them. And they get is it called a boas? What's the word? You get these things in your stomach that don't dissolve. Normal stomach acid doesn't touch them. But for someone who has them, it is an actual treatment. Your doctor will tell you, drink 3 litres of cola and try not to go to the loo. Keep the cola in your stomach as long as possible. And it does melt or dissolve, whatever word you want to use, these, I'm going to say boas, but let me, I've got to check that because it's me and there's something I don't know, or I'm giving myself clues about something I might know, but I don't know that I know. What is a boas? B-A-O-Z, maybe? I think that might be wrong. Hold on. Biblical figure, Book of Ruth. No, that's not where I'm going. What can I put? Something stuck in the stomach that doesn't digest. Thing stuck in stomach. Stomach. Undigestible. It's a boa or a boa. I thought it was a boas. Boa? What's it called? Bezoar. B-E-Z-O-A-R. Bezoar. What did I say? I said Boaz. I had the B and the Z. Come on. Give me credit. I was halfway there. Bezoar. Bezoar. Yeah, they're quite bad. But one of the treatments is cola. Let me just type treatment equals cola. Which equals am I going to use? I'm going to use the word equals. I could have just typed the symbol. Treatment equals cola. Not collab, cola. Yes, drinking cola is a recognized medical treatment used by doctors to help dissolve or soften a gastric phytobizol. Oh God, we've got a... What does phyto mean? We've now got a new prefix on our bizoa. A hard ball of undigested plant fibre or food stuck in the stomach. Must be done under medical supervision. Phyto. What does phyto mean? Plant, doesn't it? Isn't it? Wasn't it? Phyto. Hold on. We're going down the fucking rabbit hole, folks. Phyto prefix signifies. Phyto prefix significar meaning. Phyto prefix meaning. The prefix phyto means plant or vegetation. Okay, so I got that already. I didn't know I knew it, but I knew it. I just didn't know that I knew it. I'm a cunt. I know things that I don't know that I know. Is this just me? I don't know if this is just me. Yeah. No, bleach plus ammonia produces noxious chloramine gas, which leads to chest pain, severe respiratory distress. Yeah, if you're in a bathroom and you've closed the door behind you, so you're in the smallest room in the house, literally, unless you've got a smaller pantry, and then you accidentally mix the wrong chemicals in your toilet. You put some bleach down, it's not quite doing it, you throw something else down, you can die quickly. Don't do that. Be very careful about the chemicals you mix in your toilet. You throw a bit of toilet duck in, it's not working. You throw some bleach in, it's not working. You throw a bit of ammonia or, something else in, you're dead. You're dead. You didn't know it, but it happens quick. Suddenly you're engulfed in chlorine gas, or I think Jack Attack just said chloramine, but it's a derivative. Don't mix chemicals in your toilet. Ever. I will not put any toxic cleaner in the lavvy. I was feeling sick. The smell stayed for a month. Yeah, I bought organic stuff. Don't trust all of it. Yeah, organic. You see, there's a word. Organic doesn't mean what you think it means. Organic just means contains carbon. That's all it means. Organic means carbon. Organic chemistry just means all of the chemicals that contain carbon. And some of them are very, very nasty. Organic has a scientific chemical meaning. Then it has the touchy-feely farming kind of meaning. Oh, these eggs are organic. That's just fucking up. Fuck. It's life. Of course it's organic. But organic just means contains carbon. Where are we? What on earth are you all doing in your toilets? Yeah, people do strange things in toilets. There's lots of stuff goes on in the toilets. But you can end up dead. If you're in a bathroom with the door closed and you start mixing chemicals, it's hubble bubble, toil and trouble. When shall we three meet again? The witches. Was that Hamlet? No. Hold on. Which one's which? Which is it? Macbeth. Oh fuck. Hold on. The three witches. I think that's Macbeth. You will be vain of Cawdor. Am I making words? I sound like I'm just saying words. The three crones. You will be vain of Cawdor. It's Macbeth. It's Macbeth, the Scottish play, isn't it? I got fuck. I hate not knowing. Three Crones, Shakespeare play, Shakespeare play. It's Macbeth. I know it's Macbeth. Not coins, crones. The three fucking no. Oh, I misspelled crones. That's why. Hold on. C-R, it's going to be O-N-E-S, yeah? Is that how you spell a crone? The three witches. The three crones are old women in William Shakespeare's play and are known as the three witches or the weird sisters. Oh, it's Macbeth. Hold on, which did I say? The Scottish play, Macbeth. Yeah. Did I say it wrong? No, it's Macbeth, Mac Scottish. Rather than Hamlet. They spark the tragic plot by giving dark prophecies to Macbeth and Banquo. Banquo? However you want to pronounce it. You will be Thane of Cawdor, the future king. Yeah. I was there. I still had that doubt about Hamlet. That's the Danish. He's the Danish one, yeah? Danish, not Dutch. You know when you think you kind of sort of know something and you can't quite confirm it, can't quite get there. My head's full of that shit. And once I realise I don't know, I kind of have a compulsion to know. I have to get the right words out. I have to resolve. Is it Macbeth or is it Hamlet? Takes me back to Oberon and Titania, ill met by moonlight and all that. I reread that not long ago. You want to sound intellectual, folks. If ever you want to sound intellectual, don't say you read a book. You reread a book. This is here's the book I read 30 years ago, but I recently reread it. You want to be a bit wankery. And you've seen me. You know I'm quite wankery. What, do you want a picture? Fuck off. I know, Tina. It's okay, babe. It's okay. I think you did your job. I think they stopped, had the window rolled down, but they heard you barking and they thought, we better move on. Where was I, folks? Where was I? I was talking about wankery. And, yeah, never say I read a book. Recently I reread Tolstoy or whatever. I don't actually like Tolstoy. I'm not a... I don't know what a fucking orc is. Sorry, that's Tolkien, not Tolstoy. Fuck. I got that wrong. I see I've shown myself up. I got my own wankery wrong. Tina, they've gone. You can relax now, darling. Tina! It's all gone. It's okay. Good girl. You're my girl. Tolstoy. That's the Russian guy. Tolkien was the orcs and the fucking fairies, or I have no idea. I don't do. I like sci-fi, fantasy. Not so much. There's a crossover. So Buffy the Vampire Slayer was kind of fantasy rather than sci-fi. I did like it. And Angel. Angel and Buffy, they're both fantastic series. R.I.P. Anthony Head. Tony Head. Gold Blend, wasn't it? Isn't it? For the suave guy out of the coffee adverts, he did well. Discworld, Terry Pratchett. I never got into that either. A flat disc being carried by a bunch of turtles on top of an elephant? Or was it the other way around? A bunch of elephants on top of a turtle? No, doesn't. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, I think, would be in a similar vein, yeah? I liked Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. The original radio play and the TV series, not so much the film with that guy out of The Office, Martin Freeman. That's the last time I was in the pictures. And on the top, on the screen, there was a big Coca-Cola fucking smear. And we complained we couldn't watch the film properly because of this black fucking Coca-Cola smear. And they said, oh yeah, no, that was some kids a couple of weeks ago. In another month, we'll get in another couple of weeks, we'll get the screen cleaned. And I'm like, what are you... You've got a big fuck-off bright white screen with a Coca-Cola smear in the middle. And you're going to wait a month to get it cleaned. And I'm paying money and I just have to put up with that shit in the meantime. I don't think so. I haven't been back to the pictures since. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy with Martin Freeman. It must be, what, 25 years ago? Must it? Let's find out. Questions need to be answered, folks. You come here for the education. What year was... Hold on. HHGG film year. Can I do it as short as that? 2005. 20 years ago, not 25. It was 21, 22, but whatever. I did save myself quite some typing there by just typing HHGG. You got to know your shortcuts, folks. You got to know your shortcuts. I do. I'll be honest. AI. Time was you'd have to like type in a whole fucking phrase, go off to a website, hope it's the right website, and then read it. Most searches I do now, I never click through to a website. I don't know if you've noticed. The answers just come to me with the Google AI. Now, the Google AI is robbing those answers from those websites that now don't get the visits. Good thing or bad thing? Is the world better off for it or not? I'm better off that I don't have to visit the websites and go scrabbling around and fucking reading halfway down a page. I type a question and it brings me the answer. I'm better off, I benefit. But Google have pilfered those answers from someone else's website. And the person who made that website and put that info out there is struggling to make a living. He's struggling to get his visitors and struggling to get by. But I'm all right, Jack. Fuck that guy. Really? Maybe? Possibly? Is it? Does it? Is it a good thing? Is it a bad thing? I like the convenience of just asking a question, getting an answer. The underlying mechanism for how we got there, how we get there, it's a little bit more complex, isn't it? And I think most people don't even realize it's happening. At least I've got the awareness that it's happening. People made a website. Google robbed the information from their website, and now Google's passing it off as if they're a fucking know-it-all. Sometimes they'll give a link to an underlying source. It's not an upfront and up-center link. It's not an in-your-face link. It's a little thing at the end. I don't know. It's a complicated. I'm better off because I get an answer straight away without having to delve around in someone's website with ads and with the possibility of being infected with a virus or having some fucking toolbar installed within my browser, or all of those things that used to happen when you went to people's websites, being redirected to a porn site while you're at work and getting sacked because because your browser history looks bad. All of that. You're better off without all that. Not that I object to porn, but in a work environment, you don't want that. I'm scrolling, mostly harmless, says Jasper. Mark Wing Davy. I don't know what that means. Marie doesn't like Tolstoy. I don't know what an orc is. You see, I'm creased. Yeah, no, I got my Tolstoys and my Tolkiens mixed up, didn't I? Yeah. The Three Brothers Karamazov. That would be Tolstoy. The best film version of that was with Captain Kirk, before he was Captain Kirk. Have I got that right? Hold on. Now you've got me. Bill Shatner, William Shatner. Brothers Karamazov. Yeah, I know. I mixed my. I know. Listen, I'm not a total idiot. I do know some actual fucking Tolstoy. Tolstoy? How do you spell Karamazov? Karamazov? Not Karamazov. Karamazov. It's going to be nowhere near. And then I'm going to type Shatner. How far off can I be here? Let me see. Karamazov and Shatner. Leo Tolstoy. Wasn't he Leopold? The brothers Karamazov and William Shatner connect through the 1958 Hollywood film adaptation. Oh, Fyodor, it was Dostoevsky. Oh, fuck. Hold on. I didn't know any Tolstoy. That's Dostoevsky. So how does... Hold on. You said... Google says Tolstoy connected. The saintly younger brother. Hold on. Yul Brynner. Oh, God, what a cat. Oh, Yul Brynner, Richard Basehart. Folks, Richard Basehart. Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea. He literally played Admiral Nelson. Not that Nelson. Nelson. Also, Knight Rider. One man can make a difference. The Knight Foundation. He was Knight. Richard Basehart was Knight in Knight Rider. David Hasselhoff adopted the name of Michael Knight. He was Michael Long, if I remember correctly, before he was shot in the face and should have been killed, but they did plastic surgery and made him into a good-looking bloke, allegedly. He was, I mean, let's face it, he was. David Hasselhoff was a good-looking lad. He had the benefit of being tall as well. Tall's always a booster, isn't it? I'm not. What am I? I'm 5'9". Yeah, no, I Michael Long became Michael Knight. He adopted the name, but Richard Basehart was Knight. He was the Knight in Knight Rider. When you watch Knight Rider and you hear the voiceover, one man can make a difference. That's Richard Basehart. Admiral Nelson. So Yul Brynner, Richard Basehart, William Shatner, and then Lee J. Cobb. Dostoevsky. Why did I think it was Tolstoy? What did Tolstoy? I've now made a fool of myself online. Hold on. I have to go and find some Tolstoy to prove that I'm not a totally uneducated fucking pleb. Tolstoy books. What do we got? I don't know what the connection was there, other than Russia maybe. Oh, Anna Karenina. War and Peace. Fuck. I've never even attempted that. That's far too much to even attempt. Anna Karenina and the Death of Ivan Ilyich. Yeah, you know, that's writing rankery. I'm not, like, War and Peace is one of those books that you would tell yourself you're going to read one day. You put it on your bucket list, but it's that thick. You're not gonna get anywhere near. Okay, it turns out I don't know any Tolstoy. Just got into magical realism as a genre. Enjoying Matt Haig, says Marie. Magical realism. I don't even know what that means. I just bought War and Peace in 2 volumes. Wish me luck. You're not going to get that. You will give up halfway through the 2nd chapter. You'll never... A month from now, you won't have got any further. Just admit it. Just... Look, put it on the coffee table to appear clever when people pop round. When the mother-in-law pops around, no, I'm doing some War and Peace. Yeah. You know, it's one of those. It's a conversation piece. It's not a real book that anyone ever reads. It's just not. Just don't kid yourself. I know you're not going to read it. You know you're not going to read it, but you're going to sit there and fucking pretend. You're going to slog away for the first month. You're not going to read it. You're not going to finish. You're not going to remember who half the people are. There'll be so many characters. You'll be reading it thinking, blah, blah, blah. Freddie says to Ginny. Ginny says to Diana, oh, she slept with him. You don't know who they are. You can't remember all the fucking characters in a book that long. It's a nice idea. You're not going to read it. Hasselhoff in Star Crash. I don't know Star Crash. Shatner, shat, past tense of... It is. Yeah, no. Shat is the past tense of shit. I shat my pants the other week. True story. We don't need to go into details. Nobody's reading War and Peace. It's like the Iliad and the Odyssey. Whenever I get like a new computer or a new tablet, I'll put the Kindle app on. I'll go off to Project Gutenberg. And there are certain books that you just download because they're free and they're there. The Iliad and the Odyssey. What else? I always get Three Men in a Boat. I read that one. I love that, but that's my favourite book probably of all time. Three Men in a Boat. Not to speak of the dog Montmorency. To give it its full title, the book isn't called Three Men on a Boat. Three Men on a Boat, not to speak of the dog Montmorency. Named after a mountain somewhere in Africa, I think. Oh, you know what I've done now? Fuck. I have to know. Where is Montmorency or Montmorency? Hold on. Wait a minute now. How are we spelling Montmorency? Montmorency, not college. No. The mountain. Mount Moran. Okay, I've put double R. You're saying it's single R. Montmorency Falls? Montmorency. I just want the mountain. Do I literally, after typing Montmorency Mountain, okay. There is no mountain named Montmorency. Hold on. You're likely thinking, okay, it's a waterfall, Montmorency Falls. It's not a mountain. The book. Well, the dog. Is the dog named after the waterfall? Hold on. Three Men in a Boat. Oh, I started a playlist. I've got the first 3 or 4 chapters of Three Men in a Boat. I stopped. The N word is mentioned in one of the chapters, and I couldn't decide whether to say the word or not. Now you can tell how long ago that was, because now I say nigger without even thinking about it. But it was in the book, and I didn't. I was like, oh, do I or don't I? And then I broke my phone, and I stopped. I didn't complete the rendition of that particular chapter and of that. Jerome K. Jerome, or Ari K. Ari, as he was kind of named by the media. Three Men in a Boat. Hold on. In a boat. What is Montmorency named after? I thought it was mountain because Montmoren. That's not how you spell Montmorency. Fuck, I can't even. That's not even a Montmorency. Named after. Named for in America, I guess. Named after. Three Men in a Boat. What is Montmorency named after? Give me the answer. Without taking me to a website. The dog Montmorency is entirely fictional, but as Jerome admits, developed out of the area of inner consciousness, which is in all Englishmen. That's a bit wankery. What? So the dog is meant to be the British spirit. I would almost say bulldog spirit, but it wasn't a bulldog. A humorous novel by English writer Jerome K. Jerome describing a 2-week boating holiday on the Thames from Kingston upon Thames to Oxford and back to Kingston. Initially intended to be a serious travel guide. He does, yeah, I mean, that's fair. He goes into real detail of all of the different stopping off points along the Thames, different abbeys and yeah, no, that's fair. It was intended to be a serious travel guide with accounts of local history along the route with local humorous elements. One of the most praised things about Three Men in a Boat is how undated it appears to modern readers. Yeah, apart from talks about straw boaters and yeah, the different Jerome Klapka. There's a good middle name, Klapka. The K stands for Klapka. You never met any Klapters at school, did you? Any Klapkas? That's not a. I want to know about the dog. Who's the dog named after? The dog, Morency, is entirely fictional, yeah? But as Jerome admits, developed out of that area of inner consciousness which is in all Englishmen, English people, English folk. Contains an element of the dog. Yeah, but what's it named after? You don't answer the question. I'm going to go with the falls. It's a waterfall, not a mountain. Morency Falls. I guess. Because Google didn't fucking answer the question. Scrolling. A man in a boat. I want to read Topper, Beano, Dandy before 1986 comics, says Jasper. Yeah, I remember Topper. Which came first? The Topper comic book or the film with Cary Grant, maybe? I do like a bit of Cary Grant. Archibald Leach, as I knew him back in the day, from Bristol. He's not an American. Archibald Leach. Let's get rid of that. Hold on. Topper comic book versus the film versus Cary Grant film. What's going on, darling? You okay? Do you need help? Hold on. ... Why is it ... Topper is not a comic book. I think it was. When I was a kid, it was, wasn't it? Was it a comic book or a comic strip? Rather, a 1926 novel by Thorne Smith became a classic 1937 screwball comedy with Cary Grant. There is no original Topper comic book. No, I think you're wrong. Am I? Jasper said it. He wanted to read Topper, Beano, Dandy. Whoa, what's on your mind? No, go away. You were wrong. I'm going to tell Google, you are wrong. UK comic book. I remember it in the 70s, maybe 80s, but I'm going to say 1970s. You are wrong. UK comic book, 1970s. You are completely right, and I apologize for the oversight. I was focused on the American film. The Topper was a highly popular, large format British weekly comic book. You see, you got to kick Google's ass every now and again. What's wrong, babe? Hello? Hello. You're my little darling. You're my doggy darling. Yeah. Do you need to... You haven't moved for a while. Hold on, folks. My doggy hasn't moved. I'm just going to shuffle her. I'm going to move her like a couple of feet. Just in case... Like if she's peed and she's sat in it and I don't know, it could get a bit awkward. Give me a second. I'm just going to... I'm going to go get a beer as well. Bear with me. It's a teddy bear. Hold on. Oh, it feels good just to stand up. How are you doing, babe? Can I move you? Just in case. Come to daddy. Come on. Come to daddy. It's okay. It's okay. Oh, no, you're nice and dry back there. You're dry and clean. That's a good girl. That's my good girl. Hey. A good girl. Can I go get a beer now? Am I allowed a beer? I've been talking to the peoples for 5 hours. I don't think we've had a donation yet tonight either. Hold on. Wait. Oh, just stretching my legs. Stretching my legs. I'm going to grab a... Oh. Stretch my we go. Here we go. Oh, okay. I got an itchy bum. Oh, hold on. Wait a minute now. Doggy moved. Cold beer required. It is cold as well. That's a nice. I've entirely exhausted the EcoFlow inside the tent. This one is on. This is down to 30%. I've got 5 watts coming out. I don't know if that's to the phone. No, the phone's on 100 and not charging. That 5 watts is coming to this lamp here, as long as I maintain the connection. 5 watts. Okay, we're all good. That's why we have light. The lamp that Karen gave me a couple of weeks ago. Okay, folks. Cheers. Chin chin. We're almost up on 5 hours. Who knew? Cheers. Thank you for joining me. I guess as we see in a new week, yeah? We're seeing Sunday out and Monday in. If I've got my days right, if I've not got myself all confused. Monday the 27th right now here where I am. I don't know where you are. You might still be on Sunday if you're stateside. If there's anyone out there stateside. Hello, hello. I say hello. You say goodbye. We're seeing the weekend out and a new week in. The new week begins. Oh, unless you're like me and you believe that the new week begins at the beginning of Sunday, because, you know, that's what you were taught as a kid. Sunday isn't the end of the week, it's the beginning of the week, first day of the week. Whatever. I don't know. I don't know what you were taught as a kid. I don't know which way you've been brainwashed. Are you all right there, Tina? I moved you. I hope you're okay, babe. I only moved you a foot. I didn't want you... Is that... I don't think it is. I think you're okay. You all right, babe? You okay? She seems to be lying at a funny... Oh, a funny angle, a funny shape. I don't think she wanted to be moved when I moved her, but I had to, just to make sure she's not, like I said, imagine if she'd peed and then she was laying in it. She's going to get like a sore. Just moving her just ensures that there's no problems. Man in a boat, what do you expect? AI. I read Topper 70s, 80s. Yeah, I remember Topper. He was a posh bowler, not bowler hat, a top hat. Topper. I like the Cary Grant film. Who was the co-star? Famous lady, blonde hair. Didn't she meet an unfortunate end? Hold on. Here we go again. You gotta hold on. Cary Grant. Who was a woman? Topper cast. Okay. Cast. Not TV. Oh, there was a TV show as well, apparently. No, that's not. Okay. Constance Bennett and Billy Burke. No, not who I would have been thinking of. Alright, I've got the wrong... Have I got it wrong or have you? Constance Bennett as Marion Kirby. And Roland Young as Cosmo Topper. No. I was thinking of a different actress. It's not who I was remembering. I don't know who I was remembering because I couldn't remember the name. When you can't remember what you're trying to remember, And it turns out it's not the one. Scrolling. Just Googled giving a noble Giving a noble aristocratic French surname to a scrappy troublemaking pet creates a funny mismatch. I guess it would do. Noble aristocratic French name. 1953 to 1990 Topper comic. Really? Beezer. I don't remember Beezer. I don't remember that one. I remember sending off for a spud gun from one. You know those crappy adverts at the back of the comic books? But I did buy a spud gun. It's all elastic bands and crap. Hey babe, what's going on? What's going on? Can I help? Are you trying to come this way? Can I get you? Hey, come this way. Come this way a bit. Yeah, look. If you come here, I'm sorry babe. I know, I don't mean to drag you around. If you come here, I can cuddle. I can help. Hey, hello you. Yeah. I got my girl. I got my doggy down next to me. You were 2 meters away before. I couldn't even reach you. Oh yeah, look, your belt's around your feet, not around your waist. Hey you. Sorry folks. Cuddle break. I had to have a cuddle break to cuddle my doggy darling. Beryl the Peril, Tricky Dicky. Oh God, no! You see, we're on the. If you're gonna start saying random character, we'll end up with Viz, and all that and two fat slags, whatever they were called, Karen and Tracy, not Karen and Tracy, Sharon. It was Sharon and Tracy, would it? Or was that was TV? That was the two lasses off of Shine on Harvey Moon. Cheryl and Tracy, Beryl and Tracy. Well, what were they called? Sharon and Tracy. You got me. Just shush. No. That's Google explanation for the dog being named Morency. What is? Hold on. The reason comics died because corporal punishment ended. Oh, that's a take. Comics died. Okay, you didn't need to put one down the back of your trousers to stop the cane from hitting you. So is that where you're going? You thought you were going to get the cane, so you put a comic book down the back of your pants. You're right. So yeah, folks, we're 5 hours in, apparently. Just Googled. Oh, the noble aristocratic French surname to a scrappy, troublemaking pet creates a funny mismatch. The Montmorency thing. Okay. I thought it was a mountain. I'm sure I looked it up in the past. It was a mountain. Now they're saying it's a waterfall. I don't know. Oh, just readjusting the undercarriage again. Beryl the Peril, Tricky Dicky. Two fat slags. What was the guy with the gonads, the unfeasibly large gonads in the wheelbarrow? See, I'm gonna revert to Viz because the wife really loved Viz. George Melly, the man on the telly. Rogers Profanosaurus. God, the Profanosaurus. Oh, don't get me started. The Profanosaurus. Scrolling. Nobody's talking to me. Have you all gone quiet? Has everyone left me? I know I haven't got the largest audience in the world. Still only 30 folks. If you're here and you haven't hit the thumbs up, you might consider it. It is just a tramp in a field. I haven't done the intro in forever. You are watching Delta Mike down and out in Torrevieja. Delta Mike, that would be me, the star of the show, your host. Tina's the star of the show, really, my doggy darling. We all know this, but I try and maintain some kind of decorum and pretend that I am at least wanted by you guys. Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja, or down and out, homeless, a tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, an indigent person, a person of no fixed abode. Some might say a bum, especially Americans. Someone who lives rough, perhaps sleeps rough on the streets, or in my case, in a field. Once upon a time I was literally in the field. Nowadays I have a tent in the field, although the roof just blew off yesterday, and so I might as well just be in a fucking field. More on that later this week. I've got a tarp somewhere. I'm going to put a tarp over the roof. I don't think it's big enough to cover the entire roof, but it'll get close. And then we'll see. Just trying to get through summer. I have my next tent already. Don't panic. I don't need emergency donations for tents. Although there is a donation link linked. Well, for me, it's up top. For you, it's probably pinned at the bottom of the chat. There is a PayPal link if anybody wants to send me some pennies. I always appreciate it if you do. Almost always appreciate it. Okay. If you were here yesterday, you might know what I'm on about. Okay, I'm yawning. That's Delta Mike. That's the down and out in Torrevieja. Torrevieja is a city on the southeast coast of Spain, about 50 minutes south of Alicante, 50 minutes north of Murcia, if you know those two areas. So if you come to Benidorm, you're going to fly into Alicante and you're going to go 50 minutes north, maybe northeast slightly. If you come into Alicante and you come 50 minutes south, you're in Torrevieja. The town name means old tower. Torre is tower, vieja means old. Once upon a time there was a tower, basically a castle, a fort, if you will. The whole Moors thing. But there was an earthquake in 1827? And the entire city was flattened, including the tower. But that's where the name comes from, the old tower. The old fort, the old castle, whatever you want to call it. In Spain, everything's a torres. There's lots of people called torres. It's all, in England, they're called towers. I was at school with a bloke called Dave Towers. Probably of Spanish extraction. And that's kind of where the surname Towers comes from. People from those forts or towers or castles. Oh, God, I'm not going to go much longer, folks, am I? I think we're going to call it quits soon. I've done 5 hours. I've entertained as best I can, I think. Lock Watcher's back again. Hold on, barrel the peril, tricky dicky. Yeah. I'm gonna call it quits soon, folks. I don't want to risk. It's only a week. Was that a week ago that I fell asleep in the chair? I think it was. That was last Sunday, wasn't it? After the World Cup. It was last Sunday. I did an 8-hour stream, but I was only there for 6 of it. I mean, I was physically there. I was just slobbering. that's asleep in the chair. We don't want to risk that. That was the third or fourth time I've fallen asleep during a live stream. People like to say it's because I drink, I a few beers during a live stream, but it's because I do a 5, 6, 7 hour live stream starting at 10 o'clock at night, or in this case starting at 11 at night, which means it must be 4 o'clock by now. 4:15. Look, yeah. Oops. I'm going to be asleep all day tomorrow again now, aren't I? Okay, folks, let me see how I can draw this to a close. I'll maybe give it another 5 minutes. Where are we? I tell you what, we're on 4:16. I'll go well past. I'll give you another quarter of an hour. There's a link for donations if anybody wants to fund any of this shit. 5 hours of entertaining and not a penny received. I've also got a thing going on where I've got a black line along from here. There's a line, and it's not horizontal. So I've got this text on screen, and this line going like that, and it makes me think that the text is lopsided. It's really playing with my fucking head, is that. Now that I've noticed it, I can't stop noticing it. Oh well, sorry. I don't like to yawn on screen because yawns are contagious. You'll be yawning now because I yawned. Sorry about that. Jack, boss from previous company mixed ammonia and bleach, shut us down for the day. Yeah, that'll do it. What did I say before? I said, what's a green gas? You get if you mix seawater and a car battery. German chlorine gas. And I think Jack came and said chloramine. Might be a variation. I'm not big on chemistry. That's physics, and everything else is stamp collecting. I mentioned that particular quote a couple of weeks ago, I think. Rutherford, wasn't it? Isn't it? I didn't know it at the time. I had to look it up. But yeah, it was Rutherford. You've got physics, and that controls how things interact, and the atom shells and the electron shells and within an atom, and how chemicals combine. Physics gives rise to chemistry. Chemistry, in turn, certainly the stuff to do with carbon, organic chemistry, gives rise to life and therefore to biology. So there's physics, chemistry, biology, but one springs from the other. And basically, everything's just physics, really. There's physics and there's stamp collecting. There's a slightly arrogant quote from a physicist, but I liked it. I've adopted it. Oh, fuck off. Sorry, folks. I'm going to struggle to make the next 15 minutes, if that's what we're doing. Next 10 minutes. It's 19 minutes past. Although we're only on 5 hours, 15 minutes of me broadcasting. I was a couple of minutes late starting. Looks like we've had a couple of outages where I've dropped 30 seconds here or a minute there. But we're well over 5 hours. It's not bad for a tramp in a field. And his dog. She will be wanting a walk before we go back inside, though. I'm trying to... No. None of those apply. Oh God, I'm not going to make it, am I? If I struggle on like this, I'm going to be asleep in the chair. I'm going to wake up at 8 o'clock in the morning and still be sat here. I don't think so. I think I'm going to have to call it quits, folks. I am fading fast. Apologies. I would like to honour the... I did just offer to do like another quarter of an hour. I don't think I can. Thumbs up if you haven't already. We got nowhere near 20. Last night we at least made 20. Tonight I've gone longer and got less. I got fewer. I haven't impressed you. I haven't earned your thumbs up. I do apologise. If you're here and you're disappointed by my performance, I apologise wholeheartedly. I did my best. Sometimes my best's not good enough. Alright, I think I'm done. I'm gonna go now. Let me finish in the manner to which you may, if you've been here a while, you may have become accustomed. Let me... Tina go? She's asleep. Here's Tina. Asleep with her back to me. I'm going to take her for walkers in a minute. Then I'm going to cuddle her all night long. Hey babe, you awake again? Yeah. Look this way. Jack's talking to you. You got Jack attack. Talk to the peoples. She seems determined to not look this way, folks. Probably because of the bright light, middle of the night. That's my Tina girl. From Tina. Let's do this. From Tina and from me, Delta Mike. Out. I would have gone longer, folks, but I am dying on my feet. I am falling asleep. Good night. Thank you for being here with me. Delta Mike, out.